you. Let's go! Look. I love you too. Huh? My eyes! Just licking my eyeballs. Get over here. What are you doing, bro? Ah! Remember the nose go? Oh! Energy! I feel it! Ah! I want to be you, bro. Thunder Fury! Bro, are we nuts right now, dude? He is him, bro. I don't like the sound of that, dude. Ah, what do you even mean? Why would you make this game? Run out. Run those out. Go kill yourself. Let's go. DPS. Let's go! Let's go, baby! Oh, I almost body blocked long enough. I'm insane! Are you kidding me, bro? Mon-Sat! Ah! No! You gotta be kidding me, bro! How did I go to the wind side? I'm falling. Grab the roof! No! I need a second.
Get the grab behind us.
Dude, look at all those cogs and great Steve. All paladin range for the win, baby. Well, top of the morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Hopefully having a amazing beginning, middle, or an end to a thrilling Thursday, depending on where you're watching the world. What's up, Flessa? What's up, Backpack? Team Never Tilt, God bless you. Welcome to the stream, home. How's everyone doing? Cider Bear Susie, we achieved the goal. All 6 tanks, Keystone Legend. Sheesh. You got all 6 tanks to 3K? Is that what you're telling me right now, bro? That is actually giga sweaty, and I respect the absolute crap out of it. Bro, that's kind of hardcore, bro. And I respect it. Sheesh. Dude, how long did that take you? Oh my god, dude, that must have taken forever. Yo, what's up, Luna? Luna, I need all of the epicness of how was the birthday. How was the birthday yesterday? Guys, we don't know. Yesterday was Luna Lumos' birthday, and here's the deal. I normally only sing for people on the day of their birthday. Because if I didn't do that, I'd be singing it like, he would be like, yo, my birthday was, last month. Can you sing? But we make exceptions for people who do the most. And Luna is the hostess with the mostest. Luna, are you going to be watching for the next several minutes so I can pull out the guitar and sing you the happy birthday that you deserve? Will you be here? Bro, Casual John, dude, the podcast made you cry. Come on. Dude, I'm telling you, Influence is a literal legend. Is that a Phoenix Gen in chat? Is that a Novo? Is that a Tovo? What's up, baby? Yo, Lydia, the podcast was, sorry, Phoenix, the podcast was Liddy because your husband is an absolute giga chad. And that's just the straight up facts. Nick, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Backpack official. I've been doing all right, Susie. Pretty down and out mentally. Well, here's the deal, man. We'd love to pray for you. be around a positive atmosphere, hang out with some cool people, get in our Discord. It's about connecting, man, being together, and letting us be there for one another. And I want you to know that God loves you and has a plan for your life, man. I mean that. Appreciate you. Stop by, bro. You're a legend. Luna's gonna be here for the birthday. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the deal. We have a very special moment about to take place. A very, very special moment. We have a very special moment. Yo, don't be looking. Very special moment. Very, very, very special moment. First of all, I'm gonna change what's on that screen. Calexander, good to see you. Stick around, friends. We are gonna dive into some good old conversation about the one button macro. I mean, not even a macro. The one button rotation that World of Warcraft is adding. I have not watched the video yet, but I have been reading all of the Twitter comments, and oh, the internet's on fire today. We're gonna be talking about, is WoW adding a one button rotation good for World of Warcraft? I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. I do have my thoughts, but I want to hear y'all's thoughts. And if you haven't heard, oh, today you're in for an awakening. Let's go. Here's the deal. Luna, put it on screen now. We got to get the birthday on the screenage. We got to get the birthday's on the screenage. Well, maximize. Shabam. And then play the video. Did I pause the video? Wait, okay, there we go. It's going to pop up in a second. Luna right here. Bro, Novo, it's actually on fire and burning down. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everyone's going to have mixed opinions, and I've got mine. Welcome to the internet. If you guys do not know, Luna Lumos is one of the most S-tier human beings that you will ever meet in your entire existence. My wife and I love her. She is incredible. She sacrifices more for this community than you will ever imagine. She single-handedly has done, I think, more than anyone in this entire community, including myself. I have sacrificed a whole lot, but she has as well. She has done so much. The amount of work she puts in every week would literally blow your mind. You would throw up. You would literally throw up. You would throw up. You would just vomit everywhere. Luna is the glue that keeps Unity going. Her and all of our amazing teams. And she is an absolute legendary legend among legends. Luna, we wouldn't be who we are without you. We wouldn't be where we are without you. We love your face. You're an S tier. And hey, yes, this year sees every opportunity, cherish every moment. Embrace the journey and may your desires be fulfilled. Yeah, that was planned. It's definitely not just a random YouTube I threw in the background, and now I'm kind of questioning what it's going to say next. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to summon the most amount of emotes you've ever summoned in your entire life. We're about to sing to Luna. This birthday song is for you. Oh, just to clarify, her birthday was yesterday, but I make an exception because she's Luna. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lumos. Happy birthday to you. Spam the chat. Happy birthday, yeah. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hey! Luna, we hope yesterday's birthday was as legendary as you. Let's go! S tier. S tier, baby! My goodness gracious, Luna. The most legendes of legendes. Whatever a legende is, I don't know. It's probably it's probably an insult in a different language. I should probably like Urban Dictionary, you know what I mean? My goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Come on, somebody. Yo, that advanced UGB hitting different this morning. Come on, somebody. Is that a wild pastor influence in the Chatteroonie? Look at this legend. Look at this podcast professional, dude. Come on now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Friends, how y'all doing? I'm gonna let some people trickle on in. I'm gonna do a quick transmog run while people are trickling into the stream. And then we're diving into the video react and diving into the conversation that I think everybody is wondering about. Is the one button rotation coming to World of Warcraft good for the game? Stick around, we're gonna be diving on in. Oh, I'm excited. Come on, the internet's on fire. Let's go to Legion and Halls of Valor. Let's do it. Yo, backpack. Last week, my wife decided for the 4th time. Oh no, man. Well, I'll tell you this, man. Do I think forgiveness is important? Absolutely. Do I think people deserve second chances? Absolutely. Do I think commitment is important? Absolutely. 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 Do I think that God can redeem and restore and help and heal any marriage? Yes. All that's true if both parties are willing to change their ways. Period. All of those things are true, but both parties need to be willing to change their ways. Like, stop living the way they were before, right? There is destructive behaviors that we all do, including myself. I've had destructive behaviors in my life and in my marriage, and God redeemed and restored my marriage, but it required both parties, including me, having to change my ways. Like, change your way. Like, there are things that we have to stop. We have to stop them. We have to stop them. And if one party won't, then it won't work. It just won't work. But both parties have to change. Like, you can't keep living the same way. And so I want all the first things I said to be true for you. But I also understand that some of those can only be true if both parties change their ways. Man, I'm just so sorry to hear that, man. And tell you what, bro, I want to give you a resource. I understand that some conversations might not be the best had in a public live stream platform, but I don't know what your faith background might be. But here's the deal. I lead an online church for gamers, and I want to give you a resource that I hope and pray will be a blessing to you. I'm going to put a link in the chat right there. And what that link is a place for you to reach out if you need encouragement. Someone to talk with you. Actually, you know what? Influence, you're here, bro. Are you able to just send Backpack a DM and just connect? Backpack, here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna have our community pastor just reach out to you. Let them know that we're gonna be praying for you. And if you want, obviously, you know, it's gotta be your choice. If you want someone to just talk with, like, we would love to be that resource to you. Love to be that resource to you. Oh, Rebel, that's you? Oh, I know exactly who you are. I've actually met you in real life. I just didn't know that. I didn't know that was you. Bro, I'm so sorry, man. Dang, bro. I did not. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, man. Sheesh. Dang, bro. Dang, bro. That's tough, dude. That's tough, bro. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, dude, but same thing goes, dude, if you want to be able to talk with one of our pastors and connect, man, we just want to be there for you best we can, bro, because that's tough, dude. That's tough for real, man. Dang, bro. I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. Guys, just one more time. Can we just get some hearts in the chat for Backpack Official, man? And we're going to be praying for you for sure, bro. For sure, man. And I pray that God would give you comfort, strength, and help, and hope. And that God would give you the wisdom. That God would give you the wisdom on what you need to do here. Because I can imagine you feel like your life is turning upside down. Praying for you for sure, bro. For sure, man. Yo, is that Ox with a 23-month resub-a-rooney? What an absolute Chad Meister, bro. Wait, I need to, I think, first empty my... Yeah, I got empty. Let me go back out. Let me go back out. Ox, bro, you're 1 month away from getting your very own... Wait, wrong button. Very own penguin portion. I don't know why that camera will work. But you know what? I may have to accept defeat. It'll work, and then it won't work, and then it stops working. Maybe one of these days it'll work then. You know what? Let me try one more button. even though I've done this about 57,000 times. Let's see if it'll work now. Bum, bum, bum. Probably not. Maybe next time. Tune in next time to see if it'll finally start working, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let me repair. Let me sell a bunch of stuff. Friends are doing. Oh, nope. Don't want to sell that. We're gonna do one transmog run to wait for people to trickle on in the stream. I keep selling stuff I don't want to sell, dude. And then we're gonna dive on in to the conversation of the day. Is WoW adding a 1-button rotation good for the game? Oh, it's about to get spicy. Sell all this bad boy. I'm just focusing up so I don't sell things I shouldn't sell. And we are good. Let's get back in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 1-button rotations, right? 1 button. Let's go. I think I can actually just pretty much stealth buy everything and only kill what I gotta kill. I mean, unalive. TikTok, I didn't say it. You heard nothing, man. You heard nothing. Come on now, dude. And I will give my thoughts on it when we watch and react to the video, but I do think that the 1-button rotation, I do think it also could be an attempt, like you're saying, Arcone, it could be an attempt to get it ready to come to console. Could be, not sure. I think WoW coming to console is a whole separate topic that has a lot of difficulties and challenges that I don't know if would necessarily be the game. I would not put the 1-button rotation and WoW coming to console on the same level. I think WoW coming to console has a lot more implications than the 1-button. Like a whole lot more. I don't remember this mob being here. Heck? Heck, dude? There's a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna save the combo. I'm gonna save the conversation. We're gonna have it. We're just gonna let some people trickle in. Gonna do this quick transmog run. It literally takes like not even 10 minutes. And then we're gonna watch the video and we're gonna dive into a full-blown conversation about it. I have been very excited seeing Twitter blow up. And I'm hoping to bring a perspective that I think will be helpful to a lot of people. I know people are gonna feel strongly about it, and I'm excited to talk about it. I am indeed. Arcone, by the way, bro, I feel like it's been a while. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well, dude. Let's go. So now, I know what Children's Week is going on right now. I don't even know what Children's Week is. It's the last holiday event I need to complete for the Violet Proto Drake mount, and has been about for a decade now. But I don't know if I can spend the cash right now to finally knock out the achievements. What is, I don't know what that is. Yeah, what is Children's Week? And I feel like you're talking about WoW, because you said Proto Drake, but then you said Children's Week. I don't know what the heck that is. I don't know what the heck that is. I don't know what it is. .com, this is the viewpoint. It doesn't drastically change how I play to bring more players. I will say this. I am a fan of people being able to play the game the way they want to play it without it affecting my gameplay. If it doesn't affect my gameplay, then personally I care very little. But there's a lot more to it, I think, than just that. There's a lot more to it. And I'll share for this run right here. Luna, so it's a WoW event for the What a Long Strange Trip It's Been achievement and mount. There's a mount? Is that the Proto Drake you're talking about? Yo, interesting. You temporarily adopt various orphans and take them around the world to see cool stuff. What the heck? So it's kind of like a foster situation. Bro, I kind of vibe with that, dude. I kind of vibe with that. Yo, by the way, is anyone else's Chrome not working? On my gaming computer, Google Chrome is not working. It's just literally not working. On my streaming computer, it's working fine, which is odd. So I don't know what's going on. So Justin, you're on Chrome. Okay. So it's working for you. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it's just my computer doing a weird thing then. I don't know. Luna used Chrome for work and it's all good. Must just be my PC then. It's gotta just be. It's a me thing, man. I'm the problem. By the way, if you guys are wondering what I'm actually here for this transmog run, I am looking for a sick transmog for my druid, and I want the full Tomb of Sargeras set. Dude, this set just screams druid. It just screams druid, and I want it. I want it, want it, want it. Done. Let's go. No, back in this week, because I tried to restart my PC and everything. I still didn't work. But yeah, if you could take a look, whenever you get a chance, bro. Whenever you get a chance, bro. By the way, guys, reminder, I am commentating a Fortnite and Super Smash Brothers fun tournament tomorrow night for Satellite Gaming. And it's going to be an absolute blast. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be live streamed. If y'all want to come hang out, it's going to be amazing. I am working to also do it on my personal channel as well. They said I could, so I'm going to set it up. Dual stream it on their channel and on my channel as well, which will be a blast. Come on. Come on, give me the loot I need, dude. And then I think after this, I'm pretty sure I just jump off here, right? 360! Let's go, dude. Let's go. Oh, it's gonna be streamed. Hoagies, are you coming to what the heck? Are you? Was I? How did I live? I meant to jump off? That was crazy. Sheesh. Hoagies, are you actually coming, bro? Are you actually gonna be coming in person? It'd be so cool to meet you, man. So cool, dude. Guys, realize we've only been here not even a month? Not even a month. And we're already doing like in-person gaming events. Isn't that crazy? That is literally crazy. Yo, what up, J Mash? Are you kidding me? TikTok is not working again? Okay, I just needed to refresh it one more time. Apparently 17 is the lucky number. Yo, everyone on TikTok, say hello. Ah, they're all gone. Bro, that is so frustrating. I need this program to stop not working properly. Yeah, I need it to stop. On TikTok, bro, if you don't answer like immediately, it's gone. All right, people came back. There we go. What up, Druzy? Good to see you, friend. What's up, homies? There we go. Kendra, God bless you. What up, Charles River? What up, Pastor CT, the legend himself? What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Oh, I'm so pumped for this conversation, man. I'm so pumped, dude. Click on this bad boy. Dude, I'm low-key sad that I never got to really do this raid back in the day. This one. Yo, J Mash is there. What's up, homies? Good to see everybody. Come on now. Oh, Arcone. Yeah. We moved April 1st. Well, around April 1st. Charles, we're doing one transmog run right now while we let people trickle in the stream. Wait, did I not? No. Did I miss one? No shot, dude. Where did I miss one? I got the one at the bottom near... Where did I miss one? I got this one up here. I got that one. I got them all. Wait, did I not? Hold the phone. This is a bummer because now it's delaying the conversation even more. Why must you do this to me, Blizzard? I blame Blizzard for all my life problems. All of them. No, Ox, what'd you put in the channel, bro? Justin just bought 3 months of WoW for the Faith Forgers group. Let's go. So did you get into the group? I'm assuming you got in. Let me ask you this, but did you get confirmation that you got in? Because they do fill up. What I would hate is for the group to have filled up and you not having got confirmation, and then you bought 3 months of WoW. Because that would be, you know, not great for you. And I would hate that for you. Let me know, bro. And if you do have any questions, Pastor Influence would be the one who would know the answer to that. He'd be the one to know for sure. Gingerbeard. So I'm out of the loop, man. Starting a project at NFL Stadium and it's been insane. Bro, S tier, dude. Haven't been on WoW for like 3 weeks. Dude, that's sad, bro. That's sad, bro. Yeah, I got this one. But dude, congrats on working at the NFL Stadium, bro. That sounds like a W. Hopefully there's a few zeros in the end of that paycheck. Come on, somebody. God bless you. God bless you, brother. Luna, so I'm anxiously waiting a box from Bleed in my P.O. box. During his 24-hour stream, I won the giveaway for a full Lilith statue. Like Lilith from Diablo? Yo. And when you say full statue, are we talking like life size? Or are you talking like it's like, just like, you know, a little thing on your desk? Because the word full makes me think life size. No shot. It's life size? But is it Luna size or is it Susie size? Because there's quite the difference between the two. Is quite the difference between the two. That is insane. Yo, that's hardcore. Is it really life? I mean, if it's life size, that must have been quite pricey. Yeah, there's not one here. If I can't figure this out in the next like 3 minutes, I will just give up on this and we'll do the video. We'll do the video. Dun, 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 dun. Dun. You got successfully signed up email, so I think I'm okay. I would touch base because you should have gotten confirmation from either Influence or the leader of the group. This is the one that I missed. Dang it, to throw on me. That you're in and then should have been invited to the Discord and then given a role and everything. And if it, yeah. Hopefully you're good. I just don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. But I hope you did. Hope you did. Done. McBeck, it's like $40 off the Blizzard shop right now for anyone's interested. $40? It can't be a full body size for $40. There's no shot. Luna sent me a photo of it. Oh, okay. So it's this. No, that's not full body. She's trolling me. That's just the thing you put on your desk, right? I'm getting trolled. Oh, it's a full statue. Gotcha. Okay. So it's the entire Lilith. Yeah, I was talking like 6 feet, like full life. Like when I said life size, I meant like a human size statue. I was like, yo, that would be insane. That would actually be nuts. And I was like, for $40. I was like, yo, Blizzard just giving stuff away for free at these points. They just yeeting it out there, dude. So confirmed then, the answer is Susie size. Susie size, gotcha. We're on the same page now. Susie size statue confirmed. Confirmed. Ox, let me check out this picture, bro. I'm curious what this awesome sod thing you're talking about is. I'll let my Starfall just auto kill these people. Sod chat, what is this? Oh, no shot, bro. Ox. You raided in Season of Discovery with Zaryu? Bro, what a flex, dude. Was it on his stream? Probably, because I don't think he normally does very much off-stream stuff. Bro, what an absolute flex. Dude, what an absolute flex, man. You got a personal invite from his stream. Sheesh, dude. Sheesh, bro. Absolute GG's, dude. Absolute GG's, man. Cal John, I did notice the other day when you're selecting or changing roles in XP Church Discord, it still shows God Squad Church name when choosing your role. Choosing your role. Choosing your, let me see. Dun, da, 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 da. Choosing your role. Ah, you are indeed correct. Bro, good eye, bro. Good eye. Let me send a quick screenshot. Wait, what the heck? Click on this, right? There we go. Let me send a quick screenshot of this to the Wi-Fi. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, y'all, and you saw that on the stream. Y'all got laser eyeballs, bro. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba, bum, bum. What a Chadmeister 9000, dude. What a Chadmeister 9000, bro. Bro, and the fact that you saw that through the stream is so impressive, dude. My goodness gracious, man. Y'all are S tier, dude. Ox, how was the raid? And what raid were you guys actually doing? Was it Scarlet Enclave? And what's the latest update for you with Jerome's raid? Oh, Casual, you're a beast, dude. What an absolute beast. It was ZG hard mode into AQ40. That's what I really like about Classic, man, is that old raids are just still relevant and viable, you know what I mean? I think they just need to, they gotta put that in retail, bro. Like, they gotta just put it in retail. Final Fantasy's had it for years. They just gotta put in the game and stop this nonsense, bro. You know what I mean? They're putting a one button rotation, but you can't put a do old raid queue finder thing. Put it in the game, bro. It's that simple, dude. Tis that simple. Oh, Snapola. Bro, this must have been epic. The first time anyone in the world saw that happen. Must have been so cool, bro. Am I any closer to having my full set? Dude, I still need boots, legs, and helmet. I need it, bro. I need the gear, man. And then after this, the conversation in the video react begins. The video react begins, friends. And then we'll clip it, put it all the places. Bum, bum, bum. Collective, Blizzard likes to pretend they know everything about their player base. If Blizzard doesn't find value in it, they assume we don't either. I think that was very, 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 very true in years past. I think they've gotten better. I think they've gotten a little bit better, but I think there's still somewhat of that. Like, for example, the best example of all time is WoW Classic. You think you want it, but you don't. You think you want it, but you don't. And that was, I mean, just an embarrassment, right? It was just a sheer embarrassment. There's no other way around it. Literal, just eat your words embarrassment. But I do think they've gotten better. And I think this whole add-on conversation, I think the problem's gotten worse over the years to where now they really need to start addressing it. And I think it would have been good from the very, very beginning to not have so many add-ons and stuff, but it was all we knew. We weren't comparing it to all these other games that don't have add-ons. So it Do I think that WoW should have been way add-on less heavy from the very beginning? I do, absolutely. However, none of us, not none of us, but most of us didn't really think it was a problem because it was the only version, it was the only option. You know what I mean? It was literally the only option. But now that we play these other MMOs that Blizzard is now competing with, right? From the very beginning, they had almost no competition except for EverQuest. But WoW was such a technological upgrade from EverQuest that some people would even say maybe it wasn't even competition. But now they have to compete, right? They have to compete. And so now all these other games that are simplified, Blizzard has to keep up with them. So now they're realizing like, crap, now we have a problem. But do I think they're still listening to the community? I think they've gotten a lot better, but I still think they have a lot. Like they could take a lot more community feedback. For sure. All right, friends, the time has come. The moment y'all been waiting for. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to watch and react this new video from World of Warcraft. They just posted it. I think it was literally yesterday. How World of Warcraft is improving its UI. And in this video, they are going to talk about all things add-ons. They're going to talk about a one-button rotation that has been a little bit spicy. Okay, a little bit spicy. Mag, let me check this. While I check my whispers, it's hard because it won't. Well, I could open up my other PC. Let me just make sure I do this. Well, I could open up my other PC before. Let me see. Dun 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 dun. Let's go. Let me see. Want to. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Mag, I'm down for that. I'm totally down for that. Let's do it. Oh, by the way, before I do dive in, TV antenna, I do see your hydrate. Let's go. Let's go. All right. But when we react to this video, we are going to watch the whole thing. It is 43 minutes long. I do want to watch the entire thing, but I also want to, I do want to have a good hearty conversation about, what you call it, about the one button rotation. So I'm going to do my quick YouTube intro, and then we are going to go ahead and dive into the conversation. World of Warcraft is finally addressing its insane need for add-ons, weak auras, things like that. And in this video, we're going to be watching and reacting not only to thoughts on add-ons, but the fact that they're adding a one-button rotation to the game, the ability for you to literally just spam one button over and over again, and it does your rotation for you. Not a macro, actually made by Blizzard. Is this a good thing for the game? In this conversation, I'm sharing my thoughts, hearing the thoughts of those that are in my live stream, which, by the way, if you're not here, go ahead and not only subscribe to the channel, but go ahead and actually join the live streams so you can also be part of the conversation. Without further ado, friends, we gotta dive on in. It's about to get spicy. Woo! Come on!
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast.
Daddy Dratos!
We're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature.
What a Chad.
And then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max. I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
And I'm Ian Hazekostas, game director on WoW, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Very excited to be here.
This is gonna get.
So what are we
good.
doing in
This is gonna get
11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff, but one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want.
So just for clarity, this is going to be inside of the game. No add-on needed. This is not a third-party macro. This is from Blizzard.
Some guidance on what abilities they should be using when, without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players. We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec.
So if you guys don't know what Hekili is an add-on that literally a image pops up on your screen. You can't click on it. It's just a, like a press through, whatever you'd call it, a button of your ability that basically is telling you like you should press this button next, but you can't actually interact with it. This is going to be a similar version where you still got to look at your bars, but your bars will highlight telling you what you should do next.
You're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so
that
forth.
I don't
One
think
extra thing
I don't think most people have a major problem. What a lot of people have a problem with is, I think, the next part.
Also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation, you can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not.
We're gonna hear the whole conversation about it. We're gonna get all the context, and then we're gonna talk about it.
A tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check.
And remember, he did say that there is a global cooldown punishment for using this button. Okay, so you're not going to be parsing. You're not going to be doing insane DPS. You'll be doing your rotation properly, but you're not going to be beating people who know how to do their rotation and are doing it as fast as possible. There's a number on the internet floating around that it's a 20% global cooldown reduction. I don't know if that's accurate. Ian didn't actually say it, so I don't know exactly what it is, but Novo's saying it's 0.2 seconds. Okay, 0.02 seconds. So that's a 2% reduction, right? Is that
we want to
accurate?
give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression naturally.
Swifter says 0.2. I'm not sure if anyone knows.
But so the rotation assist.
It's on the screen when he shows it? Okay. Then I want to see it.
Azeroth and interested for acceptance. There'll be a small GCD
It's on the screen.
penalty associated
I don't see anything.
with that, but we want to make sure that this is.
Oh, maybe when he highlighted over it. Ah, okay, here it is. Here it is. Increases the time between using abilities by 0.2 seconds. There it is. So that's 20%. 20% reduction, which I think is fair, and that's going to really go into the conversation of when I share my thoughts.
And experience the story and the mechanics.
If they didn't have that, I would have completely different thoughts.
Kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check.
Appreciate you, Fade.
That we want to give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression.
Thank you for 69 months, bro. God bless.
But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Hakili add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something.
Well, it does come with a penalty. You lose 20% speed. You are doing your rotation 20% slower than others, and that is a penalty to your own damage. So I feel like by him saying there's no, because here's what people will hear, right? Like, I feel like that's going to cause a lot of confusion. The fact that he said there's no penalty, no matter how he meant it, people will hear it how they hear it. And people will confuse that, because even I feel like I'm a little confused. Oh, okay. The assist has no penalty. Yeah, so if you just follow the flashing lights, there's no penalty there. Okay, that makes sense. But I think a lot of people might get confused the way that I'm confused right now, because there's two different conversations happening.
Thing that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts of it, right? Like the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, there's a lot going on with
there's a lot, dude.
class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level of this.
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick.
Yeah.
You maybe got a bunch of Warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. You've never played the spec seriously before can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling.
It really
that
does.
Just recommending what the next ability isn't
WoW has a very high skill ceiling, like incredibly high.
going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target dummy, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different layer of skill that still rests with players.
And then you take in just how fast-paced this game is today. There's a lot happening all the time, very quickly, always.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to, play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got a 30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago, I got to rebind that. And then I got to go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have this is a way to jump into some content to do with your friends and have it work out nice and easily. One thing that jumps out to me is that a lot of the content I'd want to do would be delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets?
Good
and
question.
Is it going to cast my Arcane Explosion instead of my Arcane Blast? Or is it just always going to be a single target?
It's not just single target. There is, some sense of, how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, etc.
Crazy.
And so that will affect.
There's probably some AI involved in this or something to detect what's happening. There's ChatGPT working overtime in the background. You know what I mean?
recommendations. Again, the goal is not optimal. The goal is not this is gonna, okay, everyone's always gonna get perfect parses and so forth going forward. But as a baseline, this should be, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hekili useful today. And really, a lot of this building on the foundations of the cooldown manager that just came out in 11.1.5 kind of reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel like they need to seek out.
I think this, by the way, is a phenomenal addition to the game. If you're someone that uses weak auras like I do, I still think it's a little bit of a downgrade. But for someone that doesn't use weak auras, I think this is a massive improvement to the game. This cooldown reduction, cooldown manager, whatever they call it.
Third-party resources just to play the game at a baseline effective level in competitive content. And us asking, is that where we want the game to be in the long term, and what can we do to build in native solutions to many of these problems?
The base construct of it, there is this will help you learn what you're supposed to do if you are new. And then there is hey, I don't want to be the best player at this game. That's totally fine. I play it for a different reason. I want to collect things. I want to understand the story. I want to quest. I want to level, right? And I don't want to feel like I can go into any content and I just don't really know what I'm doing. I feel anxious about that. You have the ability to just be okay, well, at least Blizzard's got me. I can have something at a base level where I can press one button and just kind of hang out and play the game. I have one question about the actual rotational thing. So is that going to change with talent? So let's say, is it going to work off the base talent build, or let's say you select a talent that now moves a AoE button into your single target rotation? Is it going to be smart enough or planned to be smart enough to incorporate a bunch of different potential talent builds?
The goal is that it's aware of your talents, and the logic is conditional based on what you do or don't have
That
talent.
was one of my questions. Will it automatically change depending on me changing my talents? Because when you change your talents, your procs change, and when your procs change, procs are probably the most misunderstood thing about WoW. When your procs change, it completely changes the next button you should be pressing. So much, depending on what spec and class you're playing, but some classes are really proc heavy, that it's not just about a certain, order. It's reactional and situational, depending on what procs happen. If this proc happens, I should do this. But if this proc happens, I should do this instead. So that's really cool. This is going to pick up on that.
As with, this is going to be something that continues to evolve. We may not have every single possible permutation accounted for in the version that we roll out with, but it should still be very useful in that form to everyone, and we'll just get refined from there. Similar to the cooldown manager that we know is that is a first take at this. We have plans to add much more customization, much more functionality to that over time as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting feature individually. The thing that's most exciting to me is in the broader context of the cooldown manager, of all these other edit mode changes that have come out. There was a time 5 years ago in WoW where if you were just getting into the game, there was an intimidating list of these are the add-ons that you need.
Yeah, dude. There's a whole checklist. There's a whole checklist, man. And I get that on my stream all the time. Susie, I'm new to WoW. What add-ons do you recommend? And I literally have a list in the Discord. I believe if you type Excess Point add-ons in chat, you get that list. And it almost feels like there's a whole list you got to download to play WoW.
And if you're not using these, you're kind of worse, right? Like you're noticeably worse. If you can't track your group member's major cooldown, right? Like you're worse at Mythic Plus than somebody who is, right? And it seems like the goal that has been accomplished with a lot of these things that have been coming into the base UI is you can use those add-ons if you want, but we now have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal here, right? Like, add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience.
Okay, it seems like we're getting away from the one-button rotation, and it seems like we're getting into more of their add-on philosophy. Let me check the timestamps. We're currently at 7. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's time to jump into the conversation. Let me know your thoughts in the chat about this one button rotation. I'm going to share my thoughts. And Neebs, yes, it is real. They're making a one button rotation. Here are my thoughts on the one button rotation coming to World of Warcraft. First of all, we have to mention that there is a penalty for using the one button rotation. You do it 20% slower. There is a 20% reduction to your global cooldown, which means that if you are doing your rotation with the button and someone is doing it manually, if you're both doing your rotation perfectly, the person doing it manually is always going to beat you. 100% of the time, you are never going to beat them. I think that is important. If that was not in the game, I would have very, very different thoughts about this entire thing. Because do I think you should be automatically able to beat someone who's actually took the time to learn, practice all that stuff? No, I don't think you should be able to do that. But there's two things you have to take in mind. One, the global cooldown reduction. Okay, so you're not going to be parsing. You're not going to be like the #1 DPS, against people who actually understand their class and can do it manually. Number two, it's optional. So if you don't want to use it, don't use it. I look at this button a lot like LFR. Here's what I mean by that. A lot of people when LFR came out, people were upset, people were really mad. People just look for things to be mad about on the internet. But LFR doesn't affect my gameplay at all, right? I like things in World of Warcraft that let people play the game the way that they want to play it without it affecting me or my life or my gameplay. What I love about LFR is dude, if you want to do LFR and that's the way you play the game, you go ahead and do it. I'm going to sleep fine tonight. It doesn't affect my life. If I want to mythic grade, I can mythic grade, but it doesn't affect each other. The same thing about this button, this one button rotation, is if somebody is new to the game, if somebody's looking to learn, maybe somebody's got some disabilities that make things challenging. Maybe they've got visual disabilities. This is going to allow new people or people playing new classes to have an opportunity to either play the game because they couldn't play without it, or an opportunity to learn their spec, learn their class, whatever it might be, at a way that doesn't affect me at all, right? I would be very upset if, for me, I'm relatively new to playing Balanced Druid, but I feel like I've picked it up pretty quick, and I feel like I've gotten pretty good at it. Now, if somebody came out of nowhere with a one-button macro and started beating me, and after I've put in time to study my talents, my rotation, learning my procs, all that kind of stuff, I would probably be a little bit frustrated that you can press one button and, negate all the hard work I put in. That's not the case here. I know my rotation. I understand my procs. You're not going to beat me by pressing one button. And I think that that's fair. I think that's how it should be. But do I want other people who are like, hey man, I don't have the time to study these guides and practice on a dummy. I got kids and a full-time job, and I just want to log in and actually play the game, not study Wowhead. I think that's totally fair, and it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. Because here's the benefit, in my opinion, of the one-button rotation. There are going to be people who will use it in two ways. One, who will use it in a permanent way, and two, will use it in a temporary, I'm learning way. For example, let's say that someone's playing a new class and it's the beginning of a brand new season. The tough part about going into a new raid or going into New Mythic Plus for the first time is you have to do two things at the same time. You have to learn how to do your rotation. And let's just get out of the way and mention that healers, I'm sorry, this button probably doesn't do anything for you. I would imagine this button does not work for healers. They only mention DPS. I'm assuming it's 1 to 4. But you have to be able to learn your rotation and learn the new mechanics of the new raid at the same time. So there's a lot of learning. It's a new season. Maybe my talents change. It's a new expansion. Maybe my whole class is different. And there's a new dungeon to raid. I have to learn them both at the same time. What I see a lot of people doing with this is, hey, you know what? While I'm learning the new dungeon and while I'm like figuring out the mechanics, while I'm focused on that, I'm going to switch to this 1 button rotation, or even just using the recommended ones that will light up. And then once I get a hang of learning the mechanics and I don't have to focus on that as much anymore, then maybe I'll go back to doing it manually if that's how they want to play it. But maybe there's people who are like, this is just the way I'm going to play the game from now on. I'm just going to spam this 1 button. Here's why I think everybody wins from this 1 button rotation. I lose nothing. I still get to do what I love about WoW. I like going on Wowhead. I like studying the guides. I like practicing the dummy, and I like the mental stimulation that comes from seeing the procs pop up in my weak aura, and I know what decision I should be making. And I like planning ahead that, hey, there's going to be some heavy movement here. So I'm actually going to build up a ton of my astral power on my, whatever the purple bars, Carl. I'm going to build up that on my balance druid. So since it's going to be heavy movement, I've got a lot of astral power that I can spam instant cast while moving. I like all of the complexity of WoW. I don't want them to make WoW more simple just for new players to have an easier time. I don't want that, because I would lose from that. But how do they solve that? A 1 button rotation that makes it easier for them is fantastic. Because here's the frustration that so many people have when they go into pugs. They go into a pug, and either their teammates are always dying to mechanics, or their teammates are not doing enough damage, so you're not timing the key, or you're hitting the enrage timer on the boss. Here on a raid. Here's what this button does. It'll allow your teammates who keep dying to mechanics to be able to focus on mechanics more, therefore hopefully dying less. Or your teammates who are not doing enough damage for you to time the key, it'll help them do more damage, all while not beating you, because you're going to be doing 20% more global cooldown speed, which means if you're playing the game correctly, you should always be beating them. So here's my takeaway. All that being said, do I want my teammates to die less to mechanics, do more damage, and still not be able to beat me who's playing manually? Yes. Like, it's frustrating when your teammates and pugs are always dying and they're not doing enough damage for you guys to be able to time the key. Now they're going to die less, hopefully, and they're going to do more damage. That is a guarantee. I get to time the key. I still get to play the game that I want, the way that I want. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Like, you're never going to beat me with this button unless you have 50 eye level higher than me. You're never going to beat me. And you're going to stay alive and you're going to do more damage. I'm going to time my key. I'm going to have fun. You had fun. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Because the beauty of it is it's not optional. I mean, it is optional. You don't have to play with it. I love it. This will help increase everybody, not everybody, but the people that need the help. It'll increase other people's performance so that people that are frustrated at that gap of like, man, I wish you were better at the game. And some people are like, yo, why don't you just go like spend 3 hours and study Wowhead? I've literally seen people on Twitter like, these people should have studied, they should have studied Wowhead for 3 hours. I'm like, sure. But you think by you being a stranger on the internet, telling them that they should study WoW for 3 hours, you think that's actually going to make them do it? And the fact that they're still not going to go do it, and they're going to end up in your key, and they're going to die, and they're going to do low damage, you're still going to be the one to suffer. This button helps everybody. This button helps everybody. Now for me, I'm like, yo, I've been really wanting to play Elemental Shaman, but I'm in a busy season right now, and I just don't have a lot of time to go study this class hardcore. But now I have this 1 button rotation, and I am I am going to go play Ellie Shaman casually, chill, have a lot of fun, but not feel like I am going to be holding back my team a ton. So personally, for me, I think it's fantastic. I think the 20% global cooldown reduction is incredible. I think it's going to be great for new players. I want to get my wife back into World of Warcraft right now. I think this is going to be great for her. People with disabilities is going to be incredible. And again, it's going to help people survive mechanics better because they don't have to focus so much on their buttons. They're not going to be staring at their, their bars and not looking at their character. All at no loss to me. Doesn't take away. People are like, oh, well, let's take away all the hard work I put in. No, it's not. You're still going to beat them. Like, you're still going to beat them. That's your reward, that I do more damage than you. All the hard work and study I put in pays off because I'm going to beat you every day of the week. And that's fine. That is my reward. But for those that don't have the time to put in that time, or maybe just the desire that they don't want to put in the time, awesome. Hit the button, play the game, have fun. I think everybody wins. I think everybody wins. I think it's going to be great for new players, returning players. I think it's going to be fantastic. And I think it's a great addition to the game without taking anything away from me. But now I want to hear y'all's thoughts. Ox, I think this would be awesome for my son. He wants to play a WoW already at 6 years old. But with being young and having a disability, I think this will let him be able to play with me. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. I think it's crazy. I think it's such a good feature, man. Luna, honestly, it's an optional feature. Optional means those who do not need or want the feature, they can ignore it. Absolutely. Accessibility is so important. Even with a slight penalty for GCD, having others who may not otherwise be able to play the game have the ability to play now is huge. Accessibility tools take nothing away from those who can use current features. Absolutely. Beth Dridges, I love the idea of helping people ease into more complicated classes. And again, it can be used as a learning tool. It doesn't even have to become a new, like, permanent way of gameplay. You know what I mean? I think it's so good, dude. J-Dub, Loki, I think I missed something. So what I gather is a 1-button macro for WoW devs. They put a 1-button macro in, basically, but at a 20% global cooldown reduction. So you'll be doing it slower than if you did it manually. So, again, I'm going to keep coming back to the point. If two people are playing, one guy actually knows his talents, his rotation, his procs, and he's doing it all manually, and this guy's hitting one button, this person will never beat him. Like, mathematically impossible. I'm not great at math, but if you're hitting your spells 20% slower, there is no universe where you will ever beat the two. Like, it's mathematically impossible. And I think that's fantastic. Now, some people might think, man, there shouldn't even be a penalty.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Oh!
If you were worried that a guy using a 20% debuffed auto rotation will beat you on the meters, it's because you suck.
Oh my goodness, Mag. My goodness gracious. Mag, don't feed the fire during an actual, like, heated thing. But the real thing is that, like, if people using a 1 button actually are beating you, even though you'd have no way to know, right? You'd have no way to know. Then the truth is, like, it is proof that you need to improve. Because that means that, like, if he's beating you at a 20% speed reduction, you're obviously not as good as you think, right? My only opinion is it won't help progression in Rage or Keys. Absolutely. It's not meant for the super high-end player. This button, the only thing this does for the super high-end player is, for example, here's what I could see this happening in an actual mythic. Why did my camera turn off? What the heck? Oh, my fan turned off. I absolutely turned my fan on. I think my fan is dying. I think I need to buy a new one. I think that's the problem, and I think that's what's been happening. Because I 100% made sure I turned my fan on today. I think it died. I think I got to buy a new fan. It is proof that now my fan is actually just turning itself off. Okay, there we go. There it is. The only area I see this being beneficial, even for high-end raids, for example, let's say you are a maybe not Hall of Fame guild, but let's say you're a cutting edge mythic raid team that is not in a hurry, right? So we're not trying to race, you're not trying to do anything like that. Where I see this actually be applicable even for them is, for example, there are almost 2 phases that high-end raiding guilds will do. Again, this is less applicable for those that are in a race and trying to get us done as fast as possible. There's 2 phases of how they do bosses. The first phase is, hey guys, like this is the practice phase. We're going to go in, don't worry about like, you know, insane expensive buffs. Don't worry about an aug rune. Don't worry about combat potions, because right now we're going to die over and over and over again in the first like 5 seconds. Like we're just learning. We have no idea what the boss does. Like we're going to die. Right now we're just in practice the mechanics mode. But then once they feel like they're getting some momentum there, they're like, all right, guys, now it's time to start using the potions, put on your expensive food buffs, all this kind of stuff. Like we're going to full send this. But I think might also be helpful is while people are trying to practice these really complicated mechanics at even a high mythic level, is, hey guys, in the same way, during these practice runs, we're not using the expensive, you know, stuff. I could see maybe some teams being like, hey, there might be a few people that either one want to use the 1-button rotation, or they just use the recommended highlight feature, and it's helping them practice before they get into the serious mode of the raid, which I think could be helpful. Again, it's not going to get you killing, I think, the mythic boss. And I guess another part of the conversation would be like, with the 20% reduction, are mythic bosses even still killable? I'm not sure. They may have considered that. Like, can a cutting edge raid team go in and mathematically kill a boss at a 20% damage loss? I'm not sure. But even if they can, I don't think I have I don't even think I have a problem with that. Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with that. Because truth is, like, if you, I don't even think I have a problem with that. Yeah, if you've got super crazy gear by the end of season, then there's probably a chance that you could. I don't even think I have a problem with that, dude. Because here's the deal, man. I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it, bro. And even if Mythic Raiders are getting cutting edge with it, you still got to be kind of cracked at the game to do all those mechanics. You just do. You just do. Like, I don't see an issue. I just do not see an issue with the 1-button rotation, bro. I really don't. I really do not. I may have different opinions about this in PvP, but that's a whole conversation I won't even get into right now. I got to think more about it from the PvP side. But I think overall, I think this 1-button rotation, I think
Welcome
this
to
is
the
a great addition
Penguin
to the game.
Palace.
I'm glad it's coming. I think it's going to help so many people. Right now, I am trying to get so many people into WoW, but I understand how complex WoW is. And I think just overall, this being in the game, this just being added will help so many new players play, all while not taking away anything from me. Because the other side of this, guys, is them making WoW less complex. And I don't want them to do that because I enjoy the complexity of WoW. I want new players to be able to play without being so overwhelmed, but I don't want them to make WoW less complex. I think there's a chance for everybody to win. I think this is going to be massive. And I think that you will benefit from your teams doing more damage and dying less because of rotation assist. Personally, I think it's a W. I really do. Moon Tears, I think it was 16 months. Happy Thursday. Hello there. Moon, do you have any thoughts on the 1-button rotation? I think it's absolutely a win, dude. I think it's a win. I'm going to chop that into one video. We are going to finish racking the other video because I want to see what they're talking about. But that was the conversation I really wanted to. And Rebecca, I see your comment. Now make the game so weak orders aren't required. I think they're going to get into that in the rest of this video. Aaron with the 65-month resub. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Legend. Okay, Moon, so I'll give you the TLDR. Basically, it is literally one button that you spam. It does your whole rotation, and it It takes into account how many mobs there are, switches to AoE, tracks your talents. It does all of it. However, it is at a 20% global cooldown reduction. So you're hitting your abilities 20% slower, which means that if both of you, if one person's using the button and the other person actually knows the rotation, they will always win. From a damage standpoint, they'll always, like, the one button person will mathematically never be able to beat the person who knows their rotation, understands their spec, who's put in the hard work to study. They can't beat them, just mathematically. Impossible. Susie, can you also talk about the non-penalty version? So chat doesn't think they're only adding the one button feature. Yes, another feature that they're adding, which for me I think is less controversial, is a feature where you can literally make it so that it will highlight your abilities. It will highlight your abilities to show you what you should press next, but you still have to press it yourself. So it's a medium ground, it's a middle ground between full manual and then like full automatic, like the one button. It's just assisting you. Personally, I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it because if you already know what you should be pressing, well, then you know what you should be pressing. This one, I do think some people might feel like, well, I put in the hard work to memorize all this, and now these people are relying on it, and they didn't have to do all the study that I did. I can see some of that, but at the end of the day, I don't care, bro. I enjoy the mental stimulation of knowing what I'm supposed to do. That's how I want to play the game. I don't want a rotation assist. I like knowing, and I also like being penalized for not knowing. That's how I enjoy to play the game. I might turn it on when I want some assist or if I'm trying to improve or I'm trying to learn to practice, but I like having to store all this insane amount of information in my brain. I like that. That's how I pay my subscription. If I pay, I play my way. But if you don't, bro, you pay, so you play your way. I just think we just gotta get over not wanting people to play the game their way. Play the game your way. Do it. And the one thing I would just encourage all of us, please do not turn this one button rotation into an insult. That's probably my biggest fear with all this. I think the one button rotation is good for those who need it and doesn't need to be used for those who don't need it or don't want it. Please do not turn World of Warcraft, which is already toxic of a community enough, which is why we're trying to end toxicity. Please do not turn this one button into a verb and start calling out one buttoners or whatever you want to call it, right? I'm really glad that there's no indicator for you to know who's using it and who's not. If they added that, I'd be so upset. Let people play the video game the way they want to play it. You play it the way you want to play it. I'll play it the way that I want to play it. And let people live their life, bro. This is a virtual fake video game. It's a virtual fake. None of this is real. We're mages and paladins and warlocks and shamans. Like, it's just a game. You lose nothing. You lose nothing. Play the game you want to play it. Let people play the game that they want to play it. And please, and I'll tell you, Unity. I have no influence or opinion over what other people in World of Warcraft do. But Unity, please do not turn this one button into a verbiage to insult people. Please do not. Please do not. It would be against, I'm going to put it in the code of conduct. No insults about the one button, dude. For real. And some people might not like it. I respect that. But the beauty is if you don't like it, just don't use it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. Luna said they are upset they didn't get their kudos for their memory and not to be able to see the optional piece for them and increase access for others, then that is their own ego problem. Yeah, it's part of the fun. It's part of the fun. I like the memory, But if that's not how you want to play the game, I'm gonna sleep fine at night. Like I'm just gonna say this: if people lose an ounce of sleep because people play World of Warcraft a different way than they do, bro, you need real problems in your life. Okay. Not that I wish real problems on you, but you must have such an easy, stress-free life to have the time, to have the mental space, to have the freed up levels for added stress, that is the biggest of your worries, that people play WoW differently than me. I don't know, but I got enough real problems to worry about. I don't have enough mental capacity to give two craps about people who play World of Warcraft differently. I wish my life was so easy that was the biggest of my problems. Wait, you mean you do LFR? I wish my life was so easy. that was the biggest things I had to worry about in my day. I really do. Man, what a life, dude. What a life. Absolutely. People started insulting the one buttoners. Yeah, banned, dude. Yeah, banned, man. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I think it's legit. All right, friends. I think it's time we move on and start diving into the rest of the actual add-on stuff. And I think that'll be huge. I do want to read one more comment from Dino because Dino wasn't tuned in. Dino says this one button though is solving. He said it's solving the wrong problem though. The real problem is button bloat, and I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. There's far too many buttons, and they should go through and wipe 50% of the buttons out of the game or make them passive. I think my response to that, Dino, would be I agree somewhat. I agree somewhat in the sense of what I don't want them to do is to remove too much of the complexity of WoW, because some of the complexity of WoW is what I enjoy. But do I think they could remove some of the complexity? Like, for example, if they removed 50% of the buttons from classes, for me personally, I think that'd be a little much. But could they remove maybe 25%? Maybe. So I don't want them, because here's why I love this button, this one button or thing, is it makes it so they don't have to take away the complexity. I like the complexity. I think there'll be mixed opinions on, does WoW have too many buttons? Is it too complex? That'll always be, I think that's a preference thing. I think that's very much just I always screw them up. Is it objective or subjective? I forget which one's which. But the one that we all think something is right. So personally, like my Paladin has 1 million buttons. I'm like, yeah, don't take away my buttons, bro, right? But some people will be like, I think they could afford to use a few, but they could afford to lose a few buttons. So I think that's right. I think the bigger problem is WoW is too complex, but I think that's the subjective thing, Dino, is some people will be like, no, I think it's perfect where it is. Other people will think that it is, it's a little too complex. I will agree for sure. WoW is too complex for a new player. That's my opinion. I think for a new player, WoW's way too complex. But I like this one button thing because it allows a new player to play the game without punishing veterans. And I think that's my favorite. Because in my opinion, the only other solution is make the game less complex. I wouldn't enjoy it as much. I like, dude, my brain's firing at all cylinders when I play WoW. And I love it, dude. And then I love playing while I'm streaming because I'm trying to read the chat. And now I'm like, my brain's getting a workout all day long when I'm streaming and playing WoW. And I love it. My brain is just a million miles a minute. So I think there'll be different opinion on like, could WoW, lose a few buttons? Danny, you're probably right. There's probably 2 to 4 buttons for each class that could go away. No problem. Yeah, you're probably right. But the one button, and we'll see how it works, man. Because at the end of the day, they may need both. They may need the one button and maybe make the game 5% less complex, right? Yeah, like Donald's like, WoW combat can be 5% slower. I'd be okay with that. I probably wouldn't even really feel it. Take away a button or two, we'll see. But as of right now, I think this is a great way to help the new player without affecting the veteran at all. And I love that, dude. I love that. AJ, at first I was like, this is horrible, but now hearing what you're saying, it makes so much sense. Yeah, dude, I think, again, I'll say this one last statement, then I'm going to jump in because we can talk about it all day. But I think a lot of people are going to be really happy that all of a sudden their teammates in a Mythic Plus that they used to keep getting mad at because they kept dying because they were looking at their rotation and focusing on that, and their teammates that just they were doing too low damage. Now your teammates hopefully will die less because, I mean, if you're just spamming one button, really all you should be doing is focusing on mechanics, right? Basically, now your rotation is automatic. Now you're just dodging mechanics. So hopefully you're dying less. So, and now your teammates who didn't know their rotation at all, now they're going to be doing pretty solid damage. So I think everybody wins. I think everybody wins from people dying less. Again, not everybody. Some people, yes, they're still going to die no matter what you do. You could have ChatGPT play for them and they're still going to die. What are you going to do? So this is not like a sure thing, but I think it's going to help some people die less, or at least it should, right? It's help people do more damage. Do I want my pug teammates to die less and do more damage? Heck yeah, I do. Without punishing me? Absolutely. Yeah. Dino, we had this conversation the other day about WoW turning in a lot of ways like an ARPG. Yeah, we had that one the other day. I do agree. Mythic Plus almost feels like playing Diablo 4. I would actually agree. For real. Coach, passive more viable? Yes, but also like instead of Warrior having 4 or 5 stuns, let us pick 2 from the 5. Okay, I wouldn't say take buttons away, but add more variety in talent trees, where you have less buttons to press, but more options and skills picking your talent tree. Yeah, I think talent tree is a whole nother conversation. The game is very complex. It definitely is. Like for a new player, dude, you need like a rocket science degree to understand WoW. You really do. It's just, there's so much, man. Between the world and all the systems and the gear and then the talents and then your rotation and then procs. It's a lot. But for me as a 19-year player, 18, 19, whatever it's been, I love it. But like I'm trying to get my wife to play WoW. And I'm like, if she wasn't married to me, I'm like, you would really struggle to get in this game. Really, really, really struggle. Most people who join Unity, most, not all, there are some, but most, they're not playing WoW for the first time. We have some of those for sure. But most of them are not playing WoW for the first time. Most of them are coming back after a long time. I haven't played in years, whatever. Or they're already playing WoW, but they just want a positive community. Because getting into WoW as a new player, well, at least WoW retail, it's a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot. I'll give a recap because a few people missed the ARPG conversation. I'll give a very quick 1 or 2 minute TLDR. So the conversation that a lot of people are having right now, it's at least a conversation I believe sparked by the streamer Zaryu. Zaryu made the point that in a lot of ways, WoW retail, specifically about Mythic Plus, feels less like an MMORPG and more like an ARPG, which is an action RPG, kind of like Diablo 4. For example, let me show you. I could probably show you an example. Diablo 4, well, let me go to YouTube. Let's take a look at this, right? Does World of Warcraft feel more like an ARPG in Mythic Plus than an MMORPG? Let's check this out, right? Check this out. WoW MDI gameplay. Let's look at some footage from one of the most recent MDI gameplays, right? Okay. I want you to look at this on the screen right here. Tons of mobs stacked, pop your cooldowns, blow it all up, right? Then let's also look at Diablo 4 endgame dungeon. Let's look at, I want to see someone doing like some serious gameplay here. Let's check this out, right? I want you to get a bunch of mobs on screen. That's what I want. Okay. Now, obviously, it's not a direct correlation. Not a direct correlation. But the argument that people are having is that old World of Warcraft, and let's actually pull up footage of that, right? Classic WoW. Classic WoW. Let's do UBRS dungeon, okay? And let's actually get footage of someone in there. Perfect, okay? In classic MMORPG, you think slower paced, you think crowd control that guy, stun this guy, stop that guy, we're fighting a few mobs. In an ARPG, you think gather up a bajillion mobs, make me feel super powerful, and we're just gonna blow everything up. It's gonna be awesome. People love that about ARPGs. You get somewhat of a similar experience when doing Mythic Plus in retail. Get as many mobs together as possible, blow all your cooldowns, feel super powerful, blow it all up. Speed your way through. Literally, Mythic Dungeon Invitational literally is about going as fast as you can and killing as many things as you can. It literally, in a sense, starts feeling more like an ARPG. It starts feeling more like Diablo 4 than it does feeling like classic WoW. Now, is World of Warcraft an ARPG? Obviously not. That'd be an unfactual statement to say. But if you ask me, does current Mythic Plus in retail feel more like a MMORPG? WoW Classic, New World, Ashes of Creation, which is going to be released when I'm 97 years old? Or does it feel more like Diablo 4? I would lean probably more on the Diablo 4 side. I don't have a problem with that. But do I think it feels like most other MMOs out there? No, not really. But I don't personally have an issue with it because I happen to love ARPGs. But I do understand that for people who like, man, I don't like this. I can see that being an issue. But that's where then my point would be like, and people can just play WoW Classic. But I would agree with the fact that people are like, well, I don't want to play WoW Classic because I already played it when I was younger. I don't want to play the same game again. I want to play a new game. That's where I think Season of Discovery is really needed, but like a real Classic Plus. Because I also understand people like, I don't want to pay to play the exact same game again. I want to play what feels like a real MMORPG, but I want something new. And I think that's fair. That's why I think Classic Plus needs to exist. So that is does WoW feel like an ARPG type conversation? And I would agree that I think it has gone probably a little bit in this direction. I just happen to love it because I also happen to love ARPGs. I really, really do. All right, let's get back to the actual video. We still got plenty to talk about left in this video, so I want to see it. Moon, it's good to see you. God bless you. You are a absolute legend. By the way, 200 SFP. Good to see you, friend. Let's dive back in.
Experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available.
The rest of this video is not really about the rotation. It's just about WoW's philosophy on add-ons and how they're planning to make the game less of a add-on needed game.
Their fingertips, like that is a huge part of WoW's success, and we don't question.
That's so. God bless, friend. Welcome.
For a moment. At the same time, like as you said, ideally it is about what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do? What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you you must download? Or if you ask people, you know, hey, how can I get better? Or, I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on, otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, you know, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of, you know, how we're thinking about.
Dude, I'm really glad. I'm so glad they are now really beginning to address. And sure, we could say all day long they should have done it sooner, and you'd be right. But I'm glad they're doing it now. Just addressing how many add-ons they're needed. And I will say this. It's an important point to point out. Most of these problems are player-produced problems. You don't technically need any add-ons to play World of Warcraft. But the culture of World of Warcraft has become so heavily induced with add-ons that the players create a culture and a mindset to each other that if you are not using add-ons, you're playing the game wrong. And if you're playing the game wrong, I won't let you join my team. So most of this is a player-produced problem. However, I do think WoW has done a poor job of not making it such a no-brainer for people to just download an add-on instead, rather than, like, you know, like, for example, Final Fantasy makes things so visually easy to just know what you should do that you just do it because the game's designed that way. There's so much in WoW that you're like, if I didn't have an add-on, I have no idea what to do here. So I think this is a great direction, but I don't want to put all the fault on Blizzard, because a lot of our problems are self-created, and that is absolutely for sure. Coach said, I never found an add-on. I never use an add-on besides details before I found Unity. And Coach, correct if I'm wrong, but I can guess that because you were surrounded by so many people using add-ons, you hopefully weren't pressured by others, like, oh, you suck if you don't have an add-on. But you probably felt the pressure of, like, I think I should be using add-ons, which isn't 100% true. But it is mostly true because it's partially true because the game, it's missing parts that should be in the game directly so that you didn't actually feel like you needed them.
The role of add-ons in WoW. You know, as we can probably all agree, today, there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period. We would like to get away from that being the case. I think I'd love to...
I don't know if that's fully possible at this point, but as someone that has also played probably almost 1,000 hours of Final Fantasy XIV, someone that has done Savage rating, which is, in my opinion, it's like Mythic rating. I don't think it's heroic rating. I think it's Mythic rating. With 0 add-ons, because Final Fantasy people don't really use add-ons, I prefer that experience. I personally prefer an add-on free experience. But WoW, for you to not using add-ons, the way the game is designed today, it's just not optimal. Not that you need to be optimal, but for someone who likes to play the game as best as I can, it's tough for me to know there's something I could use to be better, but I just don't use it. But because in Final Fantasy it doesn't exist, I think it's just beautiful, man. I really love it. So like, I think most Savages are like low-end Mythic fights. I would probably do mid. I think I would do mid. Like when I think about P3 from Endwalker, or well, I forget the terminology, but that big Firebird, I don't know if I would put that as like an entry-level Mythic boss. That boss had some crazy stuff going on, dude. Oh, P3S, that's what I'm thinking of. P3S? Yeah, I would put that. I don't know if I would call that a low-end Mythic. That boss had some crazy stuff going on, dude. Yeah, I think I would say middle Mythic boss.
See a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI, you can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are, just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better than anything the UI can natively provide you as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us into like raid bosses where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be in this room with us.
Hey man, I am the like number one let's just YOLO this. Let's just do the fight. Let's make it work. And then sometimes it gets to let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved with that. I would definitely be. I think a lot of the raiding community would be pretty for that. You know, I think a well-designed mechanic that the game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically. A lot of times the community will just use one.
Some of you, as only WoW MMO raider players who have never raided in Final Fantasy 14, I'll be honest, you don't know what you're missing. And I don't necessarily mean like you should play Final Fantasy 14, you don't know what you're missing. What I mean is, why does the subscribe button keep popping up? Until you have actually experienced raiding at a high level in a add-on free, honestly, a lot of times even like no need for a raid leader shot caller, because the game is so obviously and yet beautifully and aesthetically revealing to you what you should do. You don't know what you're missing. It's things like in Final Fantasy 14, for example. For some have no context I'm talking about. Final Fantasy 14. Let me actually, you know what? Let me pull up YouTube videos for some visuals. This would be super helpful, right? So here is the first Savage Raid boss I ever did. P1S Final Fantasy 14. This is the first Savage boss in Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker expansion. It's the first ever Savage boss that I did, right? So let's watch the gameplay. So this is the arena, and I'm only going to focus on mechanics. Check this out, right? So this boss does a lot of mechanics, but let me share a few. First of all, there are built-in like everything is built into the game. You don't need literally any add-ons, and the developers discourage add-ons. Let me show a few things, and some of this is off memory, so I might be wrong about what it does, but the point will still be proven because I haven't done this in like 2 years or something. But this boss will do a mechanic, right? So he's tanked. He's facing the tank right now. Mechanic's coming out. He goes to the middle, and I'm waiting for something. Where is it? Waiting for a mechanic. He's going to pull out a weapon. One of his hands goes up, and it tells you what you need to do next. So let me see. Come on. Pull out your weapon, dude. Pull it out. It's been too long. Obviously, they're spreading. They're doing this stuff. I'm waiting for a very specific mechanic. So obviously, those spreads, that's in WoW, so that's not even one worth talking about. But here's what I want to show you. Okay. You see how he just threw down this weapon? Okay. So this weapon, if I remember correctly, means that everybody needs to, it's either get out or go in. I forget what order it is, but my point is, okay, so Yamasier says out and then back in. But the boss starts doing a cast, so it tells you something's about to happen. Then you look at the weapon he pulled out, and that tells you what to do or what not to do. Because the other weapon he could pull out is like a donut. And that donut is a completely other mechanic. So if he pulls out this weapon, let's double check. Maybe they go, no, it looks like they're staying in. They're staying in, and because it's on this side is unsafe, but this side is safe, right? So there's a lot of information the game is giving you directly. So let's see what they do here. So he's spinning, and so they're staying in. See how this side was safe? And then they switched. But the game told them what to do. However, if the boss, instead of pulling out that, sword thing, if he had pulled out the donut weapon instead, then there's a different response to the mechanic. Now you might be like, but how did I know that? It's just trial and error, like all of raiding. Nobody knows what any mechanics do in any MMO until you do it, die, learn, and then do it better. But that's all there is. The boss does these really obvious, very easy to see visual things that I don't need an add-on to tell me, because I just literally look at what he's doing. And the boss tells me what my response should be. I think WoW needs to do, that's what they need to do. Like they just need, and it just looks cool. Oh, dude, raiding in Final Fantasy 14 aesthetically, is the chef's kiss, bro. Absolutely the chef's kiss. Let's keep watching because I want to okay, so I was wrong about the donut. I apologize. Again, I'm working off like 2-year-old memory. Again, he pulled out a weapon, but it's not that sword crescent thing. Now it's a ball with spikes. And he put it down on this side. So they know I need to do something different. So he told, like, he gave me basically the question, which is the mechanic. I need to figure out the answer in real time. So now they all came out, right? They're outside of the circle and they're all going to go back in now. Perfect. Yeah, sometimes there's vocal cues, sometimes there's sound effects, sometimes there's a visual, but there is something very, very blatant that the boss does to tell you what you should do. And what I like about it is a lot of it is it's a puzzle. He gives you a question and you need to know the answer. And I think it's really enjoyable. No add-ons needed. No weak auras needed. I won't get into the rest of the fight because it starts getting overcomplicated. But I think that's really cool. And I do agree that there are audible cues in WoW. But I think audible cues, there's so much going on. People are talking in Discord. Your raid leader's making callouts. And maybe, and here's one thing I'll say too. Let me just say this. I think it's easy to miss an audio cue. But what I will also say is for the less, so for example, let's say you're not a super high-end, sweaty, competitive mythic raid team, right? Let's say you're doing normal, maybe you're doing some heroic, and you're the type of raid team that just wants, you're just looking to have some fun. You want to be in a raid, you want to be laughing, cracking jokes mid-raid, light conversation, because you got to pay somewhat attention, but you want a culture in your raid team that encourages some level of conversation, chatting, hanging out. If the game only relies on audio cues, then it discourages any sort of conversation, because it's like we can't talk, we can't socialize because we have to listen for the audio cue. But when it's heavily a visual cue, then we can still have somewhat of conversation because I can still look even if I can't hear it. So I think that's why for me personally, I'm a bigger fan of visual cues over audio cues. And I think it adds, personally, this is just my preference, it adds to the beauty of the experience, right? So for example, if we rely heavily only on audio cues, then I could literally make a boss. I could literally make a boss in MS Paint. And then make him do an audio cue, right? But if you rely on visual cues, I think it forces the developer to think through, how can I do something really visually pleasing and something just really cool to look at? With Final Fantasy, bro, they nail it. Their boss fights are a sheer visual masterpiece. And I think it forces a lot of creativity out of them because they have to come up with unique, cool ways that actually make sense to communicate what the boss is about to do and how you can prepare. And, you know, sometimes like he'll do a certain charge up and you have to pay attention to that. And some of that's in WoW. WoW has some visual cues, but again, if you've never raided, I'll go back to what I said earlier. If you've never raided at a high level in Final Fantasy 14, you don't actually know what you're missing because you only can look at this through the lens of WoW rating, which is fine. You're right. You only know what you only know. But my world changed when I raided in Final Fantasy 14. My world, it's like, bro, I felt like I saw for the first time. You know what I mean? I was like, this is what raiding can be like. Why doesn't WoW do this? and I still don't have an answer. Like, I still don't have an answer. It's so beautiful. And the crazy part is, guys, because of what I'm talking about, some of y'all WoW players would be blown away to go into basically what are mythic pugs in Final Fantasy 14. And you would be blown away at how high a percentage of the population knows exactly what to do. No callouts, nobody on Discord. It's literally mind-blowing. But because the game tells you what to do. Like, when I was grinding Final Fantasy 14 and pugging outside of my raid times, I couldn't believe. I was like, how does everybody know what to do? Nobody's calling anything out. Like, everybody just is knowing, they just know the mechanics. The amount of like individual player responsibility in Final Fantasy 14 is significantly higher than WoW. Part of it doing B to a smaller raid team. Part of it also due to the fact that the mechanics are so visually telling. Now, if you're not paying attention, you're still gonna die. But it's wild. And you won't fully be able to grasp what I'm talking about unless you've done it. But I opened my eyes. I was like, I can't believe that raiding could be like this in WoW. It just isn't. It's a wild experience. As a whole, I like WoW about 1,000,000 times more than I like Final Fantasy 14. But when it comes to sheer raiding, I like Final Fantasy 14 better. I would rather raid in Final Fantasy 14 rather than in WoW. But I don't want to play WoW as a whole package I don't want to play Final Fantasy 14 as a whole package more than I want to play WoW as a whole package. So that's why I don't play Final Fantasy 14 anymore. But the rating, 10 out of 10. And a lot of it has to do with what they were talking about here. So for those that have never rated Final Fantasy 14, let me just say this. If what Blizzard is talking about in this video means they're going to start making some things like raiding in Final Fantasy 14, it will blow your freaking mind. And you won't realize how much you've been missing until you see it, if that's what they're talking about. But let's watch the video and actually find out if it's what they mean.
One, because it's like
What's
what
up,
everyone
Cal?
else
Good to
uses,
see
it
you,
gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the Race to World First, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
going back to,
Yeah.
Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey,
Trying to
can we automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day
Sure.
about that. Yeah. No. I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. It is funny. Like when I do that now, I
Better, I would define better as more optimal. I wouldn't define it better from a game design philosophy standpoint. I don't think it's better that the game makes you need these things. And the reason I say that is there is a race to world first in Final Fantasy 14 in the same way there's a race to world first in WoW. Now they are very, very different. But it's the best players in the world racing. It's the same concept. The execution is different. And they pull it off. The game is just designed differently. It's just designed differently. So is it better for Max to automate these things? Absolutely, because he would be choosing to play to disadvantage because that's the way that WoW works right now. But if it was like Final Fantasy 14, he wouldn't need it. So the beautiful part is, not the beautiful part, but the hard part is I wouldn't define better from a more, I think, enjoyable game philosophy, but I would use the word efficient. It's more efficient for sure. For sure. Bastion, I stopped playing Final Fantasy because so much content's locked behind the story. Yeah, I'm not a big story person. So it was just too much for me in Final Fantasy 14, but the rating is out of this world.
I think, you know, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah. Yeah, that's
is where
sweet.
the
Let's
magic
do
happens,
that.
friends.
I'm trying
First,
to
we've
wonder
got the 3
also about
screens,
those.
just some Samsung 22-inch 1080p screens.
T2 Wave, tier 2 for 85 months. T2, how you doing, bro? God bless you, man.
Kind of mechanics.
Appreciate
So
you,
like
big guy.
what bosses
Thank you.
have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been defined by when we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a weak aura. Something like Brood Twister or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first ones, right?
Jailer's a sick
and
fight, dude.
those mechanics, I feel like, could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding. You've raided for a really long time. What do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out those things? Like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them?
Yeah.
Do you have to like go back into like a more simple?
And that's what I don't like. I don't like the weak auras and add-ons solving stuff for you. I like having to figure it out.
Version of that? Do you find other ways to make fights difficult? There's obviously a bunch of ways to do that.
The way we design encounters has been influenced in significant ways by the way players use add-ons. I know, the community sometimes
I agree.
speculates that
Anytime it's
this was
mandatory,
built clearly to require
bad.
an add-on. I can say that's never the case. No encounter designer is ever sitting around saying, all right, we're going to make this mechanic, and then players will write this weak aura to solve it this way. All right, mission accomplished, let's ship the boss. But when we're thinking about the overall pacing of a fight, the tuning, we might get feedback on a fight that it feels like there isn't enough going on, when in actuality, there are 4 or 5 mechanics going on, but add-ons are largely compartmentalizing and making it so that most players don't have to think about them most of the time.
Yeah.
And then players give us feedback that, hey, this fight felt a little bit slow, like I was just punching the boss for 3 minutes. And so then maybe we add another mechanic in the next iteration of that or a similar encounter. We get to a higher overall complexity space where, there's just, you look at the dungeon journal and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and maybe half of it doesn't even matter because add-ons are going to handle it for you. I think that's not a great place for things to land.
And some of that feedback that he said he was getting about players feeling like the boss is just a little slow is just the incremental increase of the speed of pace World of Warcraft has taken over the years. Because the reality is what he just described as players saying it feels a little slow is absolutely what we did in the past and didn't complain. A lot of it is what classic WoW feels like today, and those players don't complain. So it's just a, I think it's the speed and the pace creep over the years. It isn't necessarily right or wrong, just different. I happen to like the fast-paced gameplay, but a lot of this goes back to my point of like a lot of these problems they're player induced. Like, and this is why I think it's like almost impossible to be a WoW developer, because the Mythic Raiders want it to be insane. The LFR players like this too complicated. Balancing for all of them, I think it's like just borderline an impossible job. I think it's super challenging.
It also definitely ties our hands in some ways. Like, I think we do fewer coordination mechanics than we used to. Like, there used to be, like, if you look at old school WoW days, there were encounters where, like, the primary challenge for your raid was by design coordinating some rotation. And the execution beyond that wasn't super complicated, but making sure that this thing stayed soaked or that, you were rotating people through with their debuff or whatever, that became a big part of the fight's challenge. Now we know ultimately that that can never be the thing that we lean on for challenge, because it's going to be solved, and it's not going to be solved through what we think of as the more just interesting MMOE, like communication, cooperation, figuring out systems for having these things work in a way that feels collaborative. It's going to be downloading the weak aura pack, setting it up appropriately, maybe having 3 or 4 frustrating wipes because there was a typo in the configuration. That's not what I think anyone really wants raiding to be. And so we move away from making those mechanics as much and lean more on things that add-ons can't solve for you, like moving out of a swirly under your feet.
Yeah,
with
I think the swirly thing in this patch was fantastic. I think it's fantastic.
Only a little bit of time to respond. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that more and more of our fights have those sorts of just like twitch reaction, avoidance mechanics, whereas that used to be one type of fight that we did. The design space is definitely constrained by the knowledge that, you know, if we lean on it too heavily, it's just going to get trivialized.
Some of my favorite WoW raid boss memories are bosses like Mythic Unat, Mythic Anduin. You know, you have to spread out.
Anduin is sick. I never did it on Mythic, but Anduin is super sick. Dino, hot take. Every player shouldn't be able to complete every level of gameplay. Do you mean like LFR, normal, heroic, Mythic? Like every player shouldn't be able to complete Mythic rating? I would agree with that. Or do you mean like just rating, if we take out LFR, normal, heroic, all those difficulties, not every player should just be able to like do rating? I wouldn't agree with that, honestly, from a business standpoint. From a literal business standpoint, I think they would lose players and they would lose money. But I think from a business standpoint, I think that would not be a great play. I'm cool with people being able to raid, as long as like people should be rewarded for their level of skill and their level of playability, right? So if someone can play the game more, they can raid 4 nights a week, 3 hours at a time, they should be rewarded for that, at least in my opinion. But as long as people, what I don't like is stuff being free and not having to be worked for. So that's why even right now with the whole, what is it called, Dinars thing, where like you can't get a mythic level item off a mythic raid boss unless you've killed that boss on mythic. I think it's cool because you haven't earned the right to get that loot yet unless you have done it. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, I think they should give myth track here to people who do super high end mythic plus as well. If you're doing 17s but you don't mythic raid, you should still have a way to get myth track gear without relying on your vault. Like, that's my opinion.
And you get these marks, and you have to go to the right places. And there used to be definitely a library of mechanics like that, where you would get them, and then
absolutely
you'd have
bad
to
luck
think,
protection.
and you'd
Yep,
have to have
absolutely.
like a system, and you'd have to have 20 players sort of coordinate and become one team that does a mechanic like that. And the fact now that add-ons take on much of that job of coordinating us, I think that almost all the Mythic Raiders I know would be delighted to move back to a world where we did that in our brains,
Yes,
right?
in our brains.
But in Dragonflight, we saw a little bit of an attempt to make that happen, right, with the private aura system. And what ended up happening was we still had the weak aura, but now we also have a macro that we need to press, and then the weak aura will assign us the same thing. So
the macro thing, I think, is just the most absurd thing. When I see in the race roll first a weak aura that pops up on their screen that says press your macro, I'm like, dude, this is we've gone too far.
I'm a little bit worried. How's the arms race between the weak aura devs trying to come up with a new way around the restriction that you're putting in? Is this just a further escalation in that?
Hopefully not. I think our goal here is kind of disarmament and definitely not further escalation. I think we understand that if we're not going to try more little targeted things like that are going to encourage workarounds, and it just ends up with this back and forth. Because yeah, if there is a way to solve a complex mechanic, but you have to jump through a couple of more hoops to do so, you'll do that, right, and then just be more annoyed by the process. Our goal is to try to get out of that space entirely. And so I think down the line, eventually, that may mean, I think, some broader restrictions on specifically what information add-ons have access to about combat events in real time. At the same time, we know that that's not a thing that we could just do right now without providing a lot more on our end, both in terms of just UI type functionality, but also looking at how we're designing some encounters, how some of our classes work. I think there are tons of add-ons that are healthy and valuable and really important to how players play the game that do rely on that flow of information. Everything from something as simple as damage meters to honestly boss time, like ability timelines, like the DBM style, like when is this next ability going to fire, that people have basically been raiding with forever.
I will say, if you guys didn't play that game Fellowship that was in pre-alpha or whatever recently, Fellowship having built-in boss timers was pretty legit, bro. I was pretty legit. I'm actually very excited for Fellowship. I think it's actually be a fantastic game. Ali, thank you for 56 months of the Prime. My goodness gracious. What's good, 56 months? That's nearly a year. All the best to you and Amanda. Ali from across the pond over in the UK. We love you. You're a legend. Appreciate you.
That's not the like computational weak auras. That's just, hey, this ability is going to happen in 15 seconds. Like, we want to build in our own version of that.
Oh,
I think,
nice.
like, down the line, we'd love to see a place where there is a boss timeline as just part of the encounter UI.
Yes.
And that's not something you need an add-on for.
Yes, 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 Blizzard. Just put it in the game. Put it in the game.
And that way we can hopefully
TikTok
eventually
chat's
get to a
broken
point
again.
where we're really
This is crazy.
just
Why does it
cutting
keep
out
happening to me?
the weak aura that solves the mechanic for you, but not the informational stuff that you feel like, it really feels like the game should have been telling you all along, where add-ons are, admittedly, kind of filling in some gaps there.
Okay, so
Why is
coming in
this
11.1.7, we're going to have the rotation helper, those two options. What of the rest of this initiative, is any of the rest of this in 11.1.7, or are we just starting the conversation now?
I think there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. I think, we've seen the cooldown manager and then the rotation assist coming. I think down the line, it's some of the stuff that I touched on. I don't have specific patch dates right now, but we are looking at damage meters. We're looking at nameplate improvements. We are looking at, a raid encounter information presentation that shows you timeline of boss abilities coming up. Things in that
Dude, I think actually TikTok literally made a change to where I can't, this chat solution I have, it's no longer viable. I think that's what's happening. Oh, that super sucks, dude. I think they literally made a change that makes my current workaround to read TikTok chat literally unviable. It says you can't watch this live here because it's open on your TikTok app. Dang, bro. All right, I have to come up with a whole another solution to this then. Oof. TikTok, I'm so sorry. Dang. I have to figure this out.
General space. I think we're looking at all the places where players say right now, you need this weak aura, you need this add-on to be competitive, and asking ourselves, like, how do we change our game to make that not the case? And some of that's going to be add-on functionality, or UI functionality. Other aspects are going to be looking at how we're building some encounters or how some class mechanics work. Like, I think it's super fair to point at some specs, like let's say Outlaw Rogue, who I know are easy one to pick on in some of these ways, and ask, like, how is anyone really supposed to execute this perfectly with the base UI? Almost any time we're tracking like stacks of a buff, and you need to make a decision where it's like, if you're between 4 and 7 stacks, you should do this, otherwise don't. Those are not reasonable tests for us to be posing to our players without providing them the information to do it correctly.
Absolutely.
And so we need to either provide the information, simplify the mechanic, or both.
There are a lot of players who love the version of Outlaw Rogue that it has existed over the past few years. So I think there's always some fear when this discussion starts up of, is the answer going to be to simplify everything? And I think it's really exciting to hear instead that the answer is, okay, we'll maybe simplify some of these huge outliers.
I agree.
We're going to bring in the functionality that makes it so that instead of needing to download a weak aura to solve this, right, instead of needing to have a complicated assistant tell you,
I like that.
now you're supposed to press this button, now you're supposed to press this button, instead we're going to provide that information in a more clear way than looking at the top right of your screen to see your buffs and trying to catch the rotation buff between all the other 20 that are changing in combat.
That's definitely the goal. I think we want World of Warcraft to be as approachable as possible, but we also love that the skill ceiling in the game is as incredibly high as it is. That allows for tons of differentiation.
I enjoy that a lot.
And accomplishment. But I think a lot of, at its core, a lot of skill in WoW I think boils down to multitasking ability. And like even just, you might be able to do amazing damage just testing it against a target dummy. Very different world when you're also in an encounter and need to do 3 mechanics at the same time. And we see, tunnel visioning DPS are a meme for a reason, right? They're just focused on their rotation and whoops, they just messed up the encounter mechanic, or vice versa. Someone who is good at mechanics, but their DPS goes off a cliff. Really, like the function of a lot of these add-ons is to offload a portion of that computational complexity. And we recognize, like, if we are removing some of that functionality, we're providing more information, we can probably remove a couple of mechanics, but still keep the same level of challenge. The goal is not to make it easier.
Yeah.
The goal is to make it less complex. And I think that's, I think it's a key distinction there, because I think it often can sound like, oh, this is about, this might be about dumbing down the game or simplifying things. It's not that. It's about trying to create a more approachable baseline experience that still has every bit as much room for differentiation.
Taco, does
When
Ian
you're
actually
talking
play
about
WoW?
add-ons
I have no
that
idea.
Things have been in the game, been inspired by it. You mentioned a damage meter.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in just what your view is, philosophy-wise, about damage meters in games like this.
That's a great question, and I think ultimately
I'm
we're
very curious to hear this because the head developer of Final Fantasy XIV is diehard against them. Using a damage meter is a bannable offense in Final Fantasy XIV if you get caught. I'm very curious to hear what he says.
we have to be guided.
Personally, I like having damage meters, but I do understand that they cause a lot of problems for the game as well. But I like them.
By what our community prefers and what we see them doing today. The single most popular add-on used across the entire game is a damage meter by like a fair margin.
Okay.
The majority of players, the large majority of players, have a damage meter add-on installed. And so that indicates that people want to see that information at least about themselves. We definitely want more nuanced measures of success and understanding, like how successful were you or how much did you contribute on this run, highlighting things like interrupts, highlighting things like avoidable damage to give a fuller picture of performance. But at the end of the day, I think for someone who's trying a new spec, trying a new talent build, getting a new trinket, and they want to see like how did this affect my performance compared to the last run?
Gives you so much information.
That's an important piece of information to have. And so I think we know that in any world where we were going to limit some of the ability of add-ons to again do that real-time combat event tracking, we would need to provide a damage meter solution of our own.
Yeah, absolutely. Fellowship did it. Now there's this very basic compared to details, but dude, just give us a really sick built-in game damage meter. That'd be amazing.
I think one of the exciting things, I think if we're doing that on our end, we can also have it be server authoritative, so you're not worried about who's in a different combat phase, who's out of range, or whatever.
Yeah.
It could just be this is official and going to be accurate all the time.
We were obviously mostly thinking about Mythic Raid when our brains go to how this is going to affect things, but the overwhelming majority of players are in heroic raids, normal raids, raid finder raids, doing Mythic Plus dungeons, right? When we're talking about making these changes to what WeakAuras can do, is there an appetite for changing how heroic and normal raids function as well? Do we see these problems in there as well for what add-ons can do and how they solve things?
Absolutely. I think it all trickles down, right? I think maybe even more, a larger percentage of players doing Mythic Raid might use specific WeakAura packs than, let's say, normal. But those add-ons are used by the majority of players right now, and certainly other
so many people use
boss
them.
mods are as well. And I think a lot of it just comes down to, what are the coordination challenges that we're presenting? If there's something that everyone is relying on a tool right now to assist with, we would have to change it to still keep it the same level of challenging, but without that same automation assistance. And that can take many forms. It can be there's one or two fewer things to soak. You have an extra couple of seconds to actually spread out on the fly. It's a pretty common mechanic of all right, 3 people get a debuff and they just have to run out in different directions from each other. People have been just kind of playing the game and doing those for years and years. But of course, if you can if the time you're given to react is so tight that you can't afford to do that, then people do gravitate towards, all right, we're going to put diamond, circle, and triangle on the ground. Everyone's going to get an auto-assigned marker, and you just know, I'm going to run to my marker to guarantee that it's executed correctly. I think it's a bit more interesting if we give you a couple of seconds so that you can look around and make sure you're not running in the same direction, and then do the exact same thing. At the end of the day, raiding in particular,
I'd be cool with that.
Group PvE, group PvP too. In an MMO, a huge portion of, I think, the fun of it is just coordination, communication, feeling like everyone's working together to overcome some challenge in front of them. And I think getting back into a space where there's room for more of that organic collaboration, as opposed to it just being regimented and solved by an external tool, I think will open up a lot of design avenues for the game going forward.
Throughout the last couple years, especially in Mythic Plus, that had been ramping in complexity, you've seen, and actually if you can go back, you can see the amount of things that people have in their UI to help them know that something's happening. So back in Power Auras, it was, there was just some giant some giant face on your screen would pop up, and that meant that something procced, and then it's gotten.
What's a Power Aura? Is that the visual things that used to pop up on your screen to know when procs would happen? And is that not in the game anymore? I don't even feel like I don't even know, which is crazy. I'm just so reliant on my weak aura at this point that I don't even know, dude.
More refined, and now even in the last, it's been ramping the past couple years, you see, like, you listen to someone's PvE who's doing high mythic plus right now, you're going to hear AoE, dodge, frontal, circle.
Yep.
Like, it's just every bit of audio aid they've used to, it's in the idea of being optimal. It's not
Yeah, but he said a giant face popping up. Like, is it like on my paladin, these like yellow lines will pop up around my character? Like, is that what he's talking about? I don't know what the face thing he's talking about is. And is that, and he said like when power aura was a thing. Is that not in the game anymore? I actually don't even know.
not required. And especially this patch, I think Mythic Plus complexity has actually gone down as an intentional design point, it seems at least. I think you might have made a post about that. So that stuff is less required, but people have like kind of already baked that in the UI. Is that something that you're looking to either have an ability to have that in the game, or is that something you don't want to have happen, where it's more like you're organically doing mechanics because you see them, or are you okay with all of the audio and visual aids that exist currently within add-ons?
I think the answer is mixed there. I think like audio prompts are something that are super valuable to people. That's something we want to continue to add support for on our end as well.
What's up, deal?
Like we know we've got feedback we've gotten around the 11.1.5 cooldown manager would be that many people would appreciate being able to have audio prompts tied to certain things or procs firing, and that's something they would miss about weak auras. We want to make sure that we're offering that kind of thing as well. Beyond that, I think a lot of what we've seen is, frankly, us not doing a sufficiently good job of telegraphing the importance of certain mechanics and their impact,
Could be better.
and players needing to come up with solutions for them externally. Ideally, there's a concept that we call affordance, which is basically just what is, like, how well is something telegraphed? How intuitive is it with visual presentation? And ideally, the affordance of a mechanic should match its impact. And sometimes, if you have a random mob in a dungeon pack that has a frontal that will just delete you if you're not getting out of the way of it, and it's just one thing going on among a half dozen other things, why? And why? Like, how could we call that out better? With visuals, with a longer cast time, with how we're creating the pack in the first place. And that's just one example of one of the areas in which we know.
Yes, this example perfectly, especially about like things with frontals and everything. Now, I will say it's gotten a little bit better in this patch, but right now, using the quasi weak auras, where if it turns, I think it's blue, if the nameplate is like a light blue, that means this mob does a frontal. If you don't have that, so much of the time it's so hard to tell if a frontal is even happening. So you just have to kind of bake into your gameplay, like, don't stand where the tank is playing. But there are moments where, like, you just accidentally go where the tank is. But there should be these like visuals that just like tell you, like, don't stand here. Taco, they could literally just pay the add-on creators as a subcontractors to give them all the code and everything and implement it into the game. You're not wrong, dude. Like, literally, Blizzard, dude, they could just treat it like business acquisition, bro. Well, like, for example, the creators of Details, whoever that is, Blizzard's like, hey, man, we want to buy you out. We'll give you $300,000 cash, and just give us give us everything you have about it. Just give us everything you have. Now, would they do that? Is it maybe cheaper for them to develop it from the ground up? I don't know. But, like, they just, who knows, bro? The technology exists. They just need to put it in the game.
Know we can do better. Something else we've talked about on the UI front is we would want the ability to, on our end, flag mobcasts in Mythic Plus as like lethal, as like this should be a high priority interrupt, because we know players are going to basically look to solve that anyway. If there are 3 casters in a pack, and 2 of them it's actually kind of okay to let them free cast, but one of them, if they ever get a cast off, you're probably going to wipe. They shouldn't all just look indistinguishable on your screen, and us expect you to figure that out on your own.
They did that in season 1, right? Wasn't there like a couple casts or like super giga you die death volley or something?
Yeah.
And they had this big
It's
animation.
Our car.
I think honestly they need to make just nameplates of targets. They probably just need to make them a little bit more like nameplates, to be honest.
Casters where they hunker down, there's green glowy stuff around them, and they're casting a volley, and you're like, all right. I gotta kick
You
that.
can be playing WoW for 2 days, and
Yeah.
you're like, that
That's not
cannot,
happening,
that,
yeah.
that can't happen. Yes.
But I'm looking forward to an M+ then, where if I can't have, if we're talking about maybe taking away my ability to air horn myself on a certain cast, something like that, if instead I have to be now looking at a mob and there is a sort of a visual language that I can come to expect, like if the mob is hunkering down and it's got particle effects around it, that means I got to kick it. I think that would be more fun for everybody as well.
I agree.
Rather than having the air horns be the solution.
Definitely.
That
I
is,
totally
that is
agree with
entirely
that.
our hope. Right?
Sup,
I think,
Wolf, God
and
bless,
to be
good to see you.
super clear, I think we see the taking away part, the restricting functionality, as the end of this long road. I think we know, we want to make it very clear, we're not sitting here being like, all right, we want you to play the game the way we intended, and we're going to take away your tools. We just want to bridge that gap. And we have a lot of work to do on our end to keep building up more improvements, more functionality. And it's not just the UI. The VFX changes that you mentioned are a part of that overall effort of us asking.
Someone mentioned earlier, will some of these changes affect basically like the base requirements visually on like your graphics card in your computer? I would think not, because I think it's all about just using the same level of technology and graphic design already in the game, but just making things more obvious. So for example, I don't think they need to create like a higher quality visual effect, but just add visual effects to certain mobs, if that makes sense. So for example, my paladin has really cool visual effects when I'm playing. You don't need to upgrade the visual effects. Just take the same level of visual effects that my paladin does, but then also give them to the mob when he is doing something that I really blatantly need to be able to see. So I would think that it wouldn't need to affect the requirements. I can't say that's not going to. That's obviously up to Blizzard to decide. But I wouldn't think that they would need it. It would also be nice if you couldn't use a kick if there's nothing to currently kick. Couldn't use a kick. Oh, you mean, okay, because yeah. So for example, you can use your kick button even if nothing is casting. You're saying you shouldn't be able to kick. I think my pushback on that would be you should be rewarded for doing a kick effectively, but also I'm okay with being punished for using it ineffectively, right? I think that's part of it. I think that's part of the game. I'm okay with, like, if I did something wrong, I'm okay being punished for it. It just tells me I need to improve, right? Do I think a lot of people would benefit from that? For sure. But where I have the issue of all of these changes, and I think they're doing it well right here, but where I think where you're describing is making it less of a reward for playing properly. Like when I kick at the wrong time, which I do from time to time, I'm okay being punished because I did something wrong. I screwed up and I shouldn't be able to benefit from it. I see Horde is saying about like something about like maybe it's only half the time. Maybe I'm okay with the way that it is. I would maybe be okay with a halftime. I don't think I would be okay with I shouldn't be able to use my kick if nothing is casting. I don't think I would want that. But I'd open to think about that more. But I currently am okay with the way that it is.
What are the places where players feel like they need add-ons to succeed? Why is that the case? And when it's like, it's not clear when you're standing in something, and so I need,
Not true, Coach. He said you're okay with it because you play Paladin with 17 kicks. No, I also play Balance Druid with the longest kick in the entire game.
GTFO or some other, sound effect to let me know that I'm standing in something lethal. It should be obvious. Let's fix that on our end. And we know we want to keep chipping away at those things, and hopefully eventually get to a point where really the only difference between what we are offering and what powerful add-ons can do is that small subset of like computational problem-solving stuff, at which point we can move forward.
So throughout the evolution of private auras, we've seen initially when they came out, they were like kind of, a lot of friction was involved, and then I think they were done really, really well in a couple of cases, starting in Amir Drasil,
Fire Act was
where
a cool fight,
they
dude.
were a mechanic like P1 Fire Act. You had the circles you had to quickly spread
Cool
out for. They
fight.
were pretty fast, but they were too fast to use a macro for it, and it basically forced the players into something they would have used a weak aura for, to just do the mechanic normally. And like, are there lessons you've learned there of like, this is actually how we can design mechanics or kind of assignment things going forward? And then also, is this, if done successfully, would this also remove private auras as what would have been, I guess, kind of a temporary solution to the weak aura problem?
I'm pretty sure
we
Fellowship
definitely
worked like
learned a
WoW.
lot from how private
With
auras
kicks.
have rolled out. Certainly, we understand that if we're ever using it on something that like is on a long enough time frame that macros are going to let you solve it, and it's punishing enough to not solve it, all we're doing is creating an extra annoying hoop to jump through, and we like hot fixed off the private aura designation from some of those back in Amir Drasil, and we've let that shape how and where we use or don't use it going forward. And so yeah, I think examples like the Furak mechanic that you mentioned are ones where like when we know that everyone is on a level playing field, everyone just has to play the game, play the mechanic. We can tune it accordingly so that it's hard but doable. We'd like to be able to do more of that for sure.
Yeah, I see the Fire Act first intermission, which was a private aura and then had to get hot fixed off of the private aura, as sort of a cautionary tale for if there's a mechanic that is only doable with the weak aura assignments, and then we take away that without giving an adequate replacement, then it's worse than doing nothing at all. What would a mechanic like that look like in a world where we don't have a computational solution to it, right? Would it be slower and fewer sets of like lower damage numbers on these things?
I'm very curious to hear his response, because so he's basically asking, if you're planning on making WoW less reliant on add-ons, how will that actually change the game? Will it be slower paced? This is a very important conversation, because if you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, it is an add-on-less game, but it is also a slower game to make that possible. There's pros and cons to that, so I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on what the answer to that is.
I think probably a bit of all of that. There's multiple knobs there. There's, on Mythic we might default to like everyone in today's world, everyone in the raid has to participate in this, and there's enough things to be soaked that if anyone isn't doing it, it's not going to work out. Versus maybe shifting to a world where there's a little bit more slush, things are a little bit slower, there's a little bit more time to react, to get into place organically based on which buff you were assigned, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, our goal here is to preserve challenge, and we know that we'd have to design encounters differently in some cases to deliver roughly the same level of challenge in terms of how many pull counts it takes, just what progression looks like, while living in a different mechanical world. And I know that when we talk about restricting any kind of add-on functionality, many players very rightly kind of reflexively say or ask, well, how am I supposed to do this boss in this tier without my weak aura? That would be impossible. And the reality is, if you couldn't use that weak aura, that mechanic would be designed or tuned differently. We would have ended up nerfing it right away or designing it differently over the course of even just PTR testing. And so that's like any future design in this space will have to be built from the ground up with that in mind. And I think it's making it a little bit more forgiving in a way that makes the challenge human rather than superhuman, as it often is when we're looking at like cutting edge mythic tuned things. Because you guys are really good at the game, as it turns out, and we want to make a boss that is going to pose a challenge and is going to take you dozens of attempts, let alone 100 plus to beat. We do have to take into account the fact that not just you, but every Mythic raid guild that's going to follow in your footsteps are going to be using these tools. And at the end of the day, I think players do want challenging bosses. That if we just tuned the boss around none of those things, players used all those tools, and they went in and like a late Mythic boss was dying in a single night for like a cutting edge guild, rank 500 or whatever, that probably doesn't match what they're looking to get out of Mythic raiding. In my estimation. And so like our goal is to keep the same overall level of challenge while paring down the complexity a little bit.
Even
I
if
can
you look at the
respect that.
history of boss
What I mean by Lurking Lude and Yamasire, that Final Fantasy is a little bit slower, because I have done Savage rating. That rating is incredible. the ability pressing, the global cooldown is slower. Just mathematically, it just is slower than World of Warcraft, retail anyway. And I think that slower rotation allows for complexity of mechanics. I think if World of Warcraft retail had Savage level mechanics from Final Fantasy without any add-ons, I think it'd be too much for the brain to compute. I think what makes Final Fantasy's visual raid complexities possible is that doing your rotation is a little bit slower. So the global cooldown is longer. So you have enough time in between your abilities to look around and think for like, half a second. It's not an eternity. But I think if they tried to combine Final Fantasy's raid mechanics with WoW's speed and global cooldown, it would just be, you got to be a superhuman to play this game. And I think it'd be bad. It'd be too much. That's what I meant by it being slower.
Also, is this sort of affected? You actually, even looking at Mythic
And with no add-ons is what I meant.
Plus, something where the complexity has gone down from pack to pack in this patch, but the reality is you can still find challenge in it because it's infinitely scaling, and there you will get to a point where it's doing too much damage to you, or the amount of damage you need to do is too high. There's been Mythic bosses that have been simple mechanically, but have been unbelievably difficult, and that's been true all the way down the guild ranks. It's not something that's just nerfed by
Brahmin
gear,
got your
like
hydrate?
Sludge Fist, Kaiveza, where you've created really intricate problems to solve where weak ores basically didn't matter. Halandris, you actually put a bomb timer very clearly in the game around the bomb. You did not need a weak ore for one of the hardest bosses ever.
That
right?
sounds great.
It's more just basically the solution for these weak ores has been just a very specific kind of assignment mechanic that it's just like, oh, it's just so much easier to do this, right? You could build in a lot of that computational stuff in game to where even if weak ores existed, you would find people just being like, I don't know, the game just kind of does it. We have players that don't use audio sounds in weak ore packs because on bosses like Skarn, on most other bosses, there's like either an in-game sound for when the bombs are actually activating or a voice line. We have 2 players in our guild that use very minimal weak ores, and they literally listen to voice lines for when mechanics are going to happen, and it's extremely accurate, right? So I think a lot of these things are already built into the baseline game. It's just about choosing like when and how to apply them.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think your example, going back to Nathria,
And that's one area I can improve. I don't listen for voice lines nearly enough.
Sludge Fist, I think is a great one, right? Like a lot of that was just practice and just learning like how to react to these situations when chained to different partners and dodging the stuff. And people were in enough situations over enough time, they kind of developed that muscle memory, that sense of planning.
I'm also, I think, an exception to where I'm a streamer. So while I'm playing, I'm trying to talk and interact and entertain. So like I'm trying to talk so much that I'm talking over the voice lines. They're hard for me to hear, but I'm an exception, right? I don't think WoW should change the game for people like me.
And eventually your guild as a whole overcomes the challenge, compared to, let's say, the Stone Legion generals that came after it. A couple of issues there, but like one of the central mechanics that was being solved by weak auras was like, all right, there's a whole bunch of soaks that need to be covered over the course of the fight, and it's not realistic to have that like 7 to 8 soaks up simultaneously, where you need to also account for like, well, this person just got targeted by different mechanics, so they need a backup to go in and do it for them.
Yeah, so
where
it
bad
sounds
RNG
initially
comes in.
like it's, we're restricting what add-ons can do, but really we're opening up the universe of mechanics that can exist in a WoW boss without, because there are so many that you could think of right now where all of them would be, this is going to get solved by this, right? This is going to get solved by this, but if that's not the answer, then now the designers have all these tools back, and we can get these mechanics that maybe haven't been used since MOP because we've been weak auring them ever since, and now we get to solve them with our brains again.
Yeah.
He even mentioned too, he said like, well, there's a lot of swirlies now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, oh, we can always default to this and a few other things because you're not going to solve that with weak ore, so we can add fights where that's not a thing. But you remove that, that friction of there's too many swirlies goes away. And I think there's assignment, like doing a lot of these assignment bosses without a weak ore that could work would be like really fun. Like it's fun to do that. It's fun when you have 5 people that need to soak something, like the last phase of Gallywix. There's a frontal.
It's fun watching Max fidget the whole time, whether it's his legs or fixing his jacket. I like observing people.
on a side of a room, and 2 people die, and right now WeakOr is just like, okay, well then we're going to sign backup. So these 2 people get a big green thing on their screen, go soak that. That is something where that fight is spread out enough where you could actually communicate that. We need 2 people on the right to back up because 2 soakers are dead. Who can do it? This person says something, this person says something. Now obviously you're not going to have that kind of communication like heroic and normal, maybe it won't be in comms, whatever, but in Mythic, that's perfectly reasonable, right? A lot of the things, like we could probably count honestly on 1, maybe 2 hands over the last like 4 or 5 years, how many bosses would you meaningfully would have to have a mechanic change? But they are very impactful, very memorable, and they have been purely defined by that. Are you worried at all about the communities? And this has certainly been ramping up over time. Like you mentioned, even for us, we were much more just do the mechanic 4 or 5 years ago than we are now. Are you worried that there has been this built-in reliance on it that might be hard to shake when creating new raid bosses?
Absolutely.
I think there'll be an adjustment period to all of this, but I think it's unavoidable. I personally think it's okay.
And I think that some of that gets back to us knowing that we need to really ease into this, that any world where we just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and say, all right, have fun.
Honestly,
People will have to learn to just pay attention. You know what I mean? Like look at the game, and I think that's okay.
New world, as opposed to building up more built-in functionality, starting to have clearer visuals, simplify some mechanics, and then building counters.
Oh, Slug, I didn't know that.
To have classes designed around a world where we know that this isn't possible. As long as people are set up for success, I think we'll be fine. Certainly, if we were to disable any functionality and then players went into a new tier and we're just wiping to bosses and they used to clear heroic comfortably and now they're brick walled halfway through heroic, yeah, players that will be a source of tremendous frustration. But we know that we need to avoid that by any means possible. And we have a lot of work to do before we get there.
Something that really encourages me is the ping system. That seems like such a perfect way to give us an option to identify where we're going, right? You can ping where you're going, and then you don't have to...
I'll make a statement. You may not like it. If you're a raid leader and you don't use pings, and you don't have them keybound, you're throwing.
Try...
Don't come at me.
And communicate with words. Hey, I'm going to move over to the left 20 yards, right? Just ping where I'm going, and that opens up an ability to solve these again in a YOLO style, right, rather than an
I think your guild did that.
Yeah.
So the Echo of Neltharion, right?
Yeah, we just pinged it.
Yeah. So famously, everyone
did.
had the maps for that. Here's your exact spot you go, and then his guild was like, you know what? Everyone just ping your spot. Mostly it gets covered. People go to the same spot every pull. But
the worst thing you can do in a raid is say like a raid leader can say go here or move left or go right, depending what you're facing. Depending what you're facing is different. Just ping it. Go there. Just go there. But I will say, if WoW had better visuals like this whole video is about, it would be less reliant on the raid leader to tell you where to go, because you would be able to figure it out so much easier. And if people were trained to pay attention, because what add-ons do is they train people to not pay attention, because they don't have to. The add-on tells you what to do. So this, I think, all will, force people to pay more attention, and they will improve because of it. There'll be a frustrating pain point, though. And then there will be some people who, they don't want to work through it. They'll just quit the game, which is a bummer. But I think the game, design should tell you what to do rather than needing an add-on. Unigirl, exactly, like Final Fantasy 14.
if you see 2 pings in a spot, one person has to move, right? And that could largely solve a mechanic with just something that's already built into the game.
Yeah, I think the ping system is something we've also talked about looking to improve and to kind of broaden the sorts of things you can do with it to give people more tools to solve these problems in a coordinated way, but using their own skill and expression instead of another tool.
When I think of World of Warcraft, I'm always thinking back to when I first started playing the game, and there was this really exciting moment where I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I can make this game look however I want, right? Like I can put this here, I can have an add-on that tells me what time it is in London, what time it is in Darnassus, right? I can have all the world clocks there if I want. I can have 3 different bars at the bottom of my screen. I can do whatever I want there, and to me that's always been a strength, not a weakness of WoW. So I think there's a lot of people that disagree with me on that, but then there's also people that they hear about Blizzard thinking about restricting add-ons and they're worried about losing that. Is there any intention to go after any of that kind of customization?
Not whatsoever. And in fact, we're doing everything we can and we would do everything we can down the line to minimize any collateral damage to them.
I'm glad to
the
hear
goal
that.
is
What I want WoW to do is make it so that you don't need add-ons. But if you want them, go for it.
anything that's cosmetic should be completely fair game.
Yeah.
All informational
Cosmetic's
stuff
great
that's
too.
out of combat, like, again, you have RP add-ons, help things that are tracking, helping with professions, tracking gathering nodes, helping you with quests.
Yeah.
Like, you name it, a bunch of accessibility add-ons. All of those, like, there's
I
nothing
know.
harmful whatsoever about any of them. The only thing is, at the very end of the day, once we feel like we've done enough on our end to improve baseline functionality, what we'd be looking at is the ability to parse real-time combat events in a way that drives, problem solving on the fly.
So it's kind of, we build the scaffolding to then be able to take away the existing weak aura solutions that we have for these. How much of this is, so the thing that's excited me also about edit mode has been, it's so clearly based on what the community has learned over 20 years, right? It's like, oh, the community has revolved around this as a solution for presenting this information. Let's give them that base in the UI rather than making them download something. How much of this initiative is still going to be based on what the community says, how the community reacts, versus which of these things are already kind of locked in decisions?
I'd say basically nothing here is locked in.
Okay.
Really, my hope today is to kind of begin a conversation about that direction and what areas are welcome, what areas maybe have more to do to convince the community on, and what areas we might be wrong on and should, reconsider. Because I think at the end of the day, this game belongs first and foremost to our millions of players. We're trying to serve them as best we can in the long run. And I think our sense is that for many players, the feeling that they have to download and use certain add-ons in order to play the game competitively isn't really part of what's attractive about the game or healthy in the long run.
That's what they need to get away
So if we
from.
can pull things back to a place where add-ons are available for those who want to use them, but people aren't feeling pressured by their groups, by just the natural demands of
That is the sweet spot. Because here is the hard part about Final Fantasy XIV is they just try to make add-ons like not usable. Now, what they say is like, sometimes we can't know if you're using it. So you're not going to get banned if you use a cosmetic only add-on, but it's like against the rules in the culture of Final Fantasy XIV. I think they're the other extreme of WoW. WoW has 8 million add-ons. Final Fantasy doesn't let you use any. I think the sweet spot is exactly what I'm talking about. Make them so they're not needed and they're not really super beneficial for combat. But if they'll make you just enjoy the game a little bit better and you want to change the way your game looks, whatever, that freedom without being locked into a necessity, I think is the sweet spot. So if they can actually pull this off, that would be sweet, dude.
competition and not wanting to lose out to someone who's using more advantages, then that's going to be the healthier route in the long run.
Let's go. That's
So if I was the kind of person who wanted to write a 10-paragraph forum manifesto, this would be one of the topics to do it on, right?
Absolutely. We'll be reading, we'll be listening. I think this is a long path ahead. And yeah, just, curious to kick off the conversation and hear how people feel about it. So Rotation Assist is coming in 11.17, which is going to be hitting the PTR in the very near future. Can't wait to hear people's feedback as they're able to hop on and
So
check
this is coming soon.
it out. We'll be listening closely so we can make it the best it can be for everybody. It's also been amazing to just get a chance to talk through kind of the history of add-ons in WoW, where they are today, and where they might be going in the future. Thank you guys for coming out. It's really been a pleasure.
Dude, that's
Yeah, thanks
sick.
so much for having us here. Really looking forward to see what the community has to say about how much they want more of these casts, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly, weekly, whatever you guys think, put it in the comments.
Daily, just
Daily?
Nice. Dude, Dratnos really is top tier, dude. This is his, like, yo, invite us back more frequently and pay us too. Yo, Dratnos went, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. And here's why. Here's why this is hilarious, okay? Here's why this is hilarious. If you guys don't know, in not this Race to World First, but the one prior, Team Liquid invited Dratnos to be a caster. And I think it was his first time ever. And if you guys don't know, the way pricing negotiations work in these type of scenarios is normally a company does not reach out to you and be like, hey, we will offer you this much money to come do this. It's not normally how that works in the industry. It is normally, hey, we want you to do this. What are your rates? That's more common. That's more common. And it's up to them to say what they're going to charge, and then up to the person who's paying to decide if they want to pay it or not. And so normally, if you give the person paying a number and they're like, sure, great, come on, that is an indicator to you, crap, I could have charged you more, and there's a high chance you probably would have said yes. So that's always the risk kind of thing you take. So apparently Drat knows, because again, he's friends with Max, and Max is a part of these conversations. He told them a really low number. And they were like, yeah, absolutely, come on down. And he was like, crap, I could have said more. And so the meme became, Dratnos, you need to increase your rates. You gotta increase your rates. So now it's funny seeing Dratnos be like, yeah, we should do this more often. You should run his bag. So he's learning, bro. Get that bag, baby.
You said it. It's not me. Thank you so much, Liz. This has been really,
That's hilarious,
really awesome.
dude. That is hilarious. I think it's a W. I think everything we heard in that video, at least in my opinion, I think is absolutely a W. And here's why it's a W for me as a player, right? Because right now, World of Warcraft is in such a good alt-friendly place. Leveling is quick. Catch-up mechanics are quick. Gearing's pretty quick. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's great. But the thing that holds me back is the complexity of World of Warcraft is part of what I really enjoy. I enjoy going on a Wowhead, learning my talents, learning my procs, getting better. I enjoy the insane high skill cap. But from a sheer time perspective of how long that takes, it can be discouraging to play an alt, because I'm like, I really want to play an alt, but I don't have the time to do that for another character, and then for another character, and then for another character, and then storing it in your brain. And then maybe I didn't play a class for 3 weeks, and then I have to go back and refresh my memory, and how did this work again, and yada, yada, yada. But for me, like, for example, I love Ellie Shaman. I think Ellie Shamans are so cool, dude. But the reason I haven't played it is partially because I'm like, man, I don't have the time to set aside a night to like go on Wowhead and study all this. And what I don't want to do is go into a Mythic Plus and then do 2 damage. But now I'm like, hey, dude, on nights where I'm just trying to like chill back and relax, now I can jump on my my Shaman and just do 1-button rotation, or look at the assist where it tells me what to do. I've been like, hey, Fury Warrior seems pretty cool, but same thing again. I don't want to. I don't want to or don't have the time to learn all these things. So I'm just gonna go on. I find them fun, but I'll just press the 1 button. Another class for me, dude. I think Shadow Priests are cool, but the time to take in to like learn how to play it, like, I'm not gonna do it. But now I can press 1 button and give it a try. Same thing for like, apply that for any class that I don't want to play like super seriously. But when I'm on my Boomkin, I'm like, no, the Boomkin, I want to put in the time to learn my procs, understand my talents, really understand my rotation, because I like the mental stimulation. But now I can do both. Dude, I'm actually pumped for this. In 11.1.7, you're going to see me play Ellie Shaman. I might even give Windwalker Monk a try. Probably going to play a little bit Fury Warrior every now and then, just from time to time. Shadow Priest a little bit. I would play Mage or Warlock, but I don't want to level them. Unless it's a time walking week, which I missed last week. I think this is going to be fun, dude. Croc that I've used Achilles since Dragonflight because I just don't have time to learn 13 class rotations. Bro, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, Photoshop. Now this means you can do all the alts decently efficiently. Again, you're not going to be playing as well as someone that has like taken the time to master the class, but it's going to be fun. Yeah, Ganastia, they are adding the ability to literally hit one button, spam one button. One button. And you can do your rotation, but you'll be hitting your buttons 20% slower than people doing them manually. So there is a punishment for it. Dino, without a shadow of a doubt, there'll be an add-on that can detect if someone's using one button, and it will be one more barrier to segregate the player base. If that does happen, Dino, that would be very unfortunate. I can't say that I think you're wrong. There could be, man. And will it become a part of the high-end culture? Could be. But, and this right here is another definition of like player-created problems, right? Let's say that Dino's right, and he could be. There could be an add-on that in Raid Finder, when someone signs up, it shows an indicator above their name using the one button add-on, which that would frustrate the crap out of me. If that does happen, it'll be mostly a player-induced problem because, for example, right? Let's talk about the meta. There is this player-produced problem that says if you don't play the meta, you can't complete 10 or higher keys. That is mostly untrue. Now, if you want to do 19s, it starts becoming true. You want to do a 10, any spec in the entire game can do a 10. Period. It's not about the class, it's about the player. So what happens is people believe that lie. It's a player-produced problem. And they're like, oh, I can't invite you. You play a survival hunter, so I'm not inviting you to my 10. That is a lie. Invite the class. That'll be the same thing where people are like, oh, you used the one button thing. You're not good enough to clear 10. False. It is absolutely false. And so I'm really hoping that it's not going to cause like segregation, but Dino, could there be a chance it will? There can be, and that would be frustrating. That would be frustrating. That would be frustrating for sure. For sure. Coach, Unity WoW Mentor POV. What do I do to play this character? Answer, go to settings to turn on one button. No, they'll obviously teach them, but for some people, they might not need a mentor anymore. They might not feel the need to get one because they'll just want to play with the one button, and that's totally cool. That is totally cool, man. Totally cool. I mean, do you need to do 10s if you use one button anyway? 10s offer special rewards. Yeah, if you go on Myth Track Gear, gotta do it. Absolutely. And I absolutely think that even with the 20% global cooldown reduction from using the one button rotation, I still think you can clear 10s. Later in the season, you could probably maybe even still get cutting edge if you have the insane gear. But remember, you'd have to have the skill to get the gear. So do I think people at like low item level and then go on a Mythic cutting edge, Mythic can get cutting edge with the button? No, because they wouldn't have had the skill to get the gear needed to be able to do that, right? You would need a lot of Myth Track gear to be able to do that. So I think it's great. I love it, man. Croc, I've done 10s with AUG this season, and they're supposed to be an unplayable class. Tier lists are stupid. I could not agree more, bro. Tier lists are a player-produced problem, and they create such an issue. They create such an issue. They really do. Dino Method raid tools can already detect if certain raid members don't have a weak aura installed. Yeah, I mean, Dino, I would be naive to say you might not be right. I really hope it doesn't segregate players, but I'd be naive to say there's not a chance it could. I just hope not. But time will tell. Time will tell. Only time will tell, bro. Taco, as long as my interest holds and I remember, I'll check out the actual DPS difference for Windwalker and Demo Lock and share my findings. I mean, yeah, if the numbers are accurate, it should just be 20% lower. Like if you went up to a target dummy, you did your rotation manually, and you are under the assumption that you play your class optimally already, and then you turned on the one button rotation, you should be doing 20% less damage. However, it may be a humbling moment where you start doing more damage with the one button and then realize maybe I haven't been playing my class optimally and properly this whole time. And it might be a humbling moment. Might be a humbling moment. It could happen to me. It definitely could happen to any of us. But I think it'd be something good for everyone to look at on their own and I guess have to tell for themselves. For real. For real. Taco, I think some classes will be more than 20% because the number of spells you can fit within GCD windows. Oh, that's true. I'm not even thinking about abilities that are off the global cooldown. So it might be significantly more than 20%. It could be even more, dude. Yeah, it could actually be more. So for example, for me, right, where this is going to come in handy is I log on my Ellie Shaman, which I like playing Resto, but the reason I haven't played Ellie is because I haven't taken the time to like learn all the buttons. But now I can enjoy the fun of playing my Shaman and just spam the one button and chill back in content that I want to do. I'm like, bro, that seems pretty lit, dude. That seems pretty stinking lit, bro. I am definitely going to play a little bit of Ellie Shaman. Absolutely, bro. Bro, Teacher Wave, your ear's slowly getting better. Thank God for that, man. That's really good to hear, bro. Yeah, guys, what class do you think you'll give a try now due to these rotation helpers? Whether it's the full one button thing or it is the, you know, like the highlighting of the abilities. Make it tell. What class do you think you will play now that this is coming into the game? I think for me, Ellie Shaman, Shadow Priest. I've been enjoying ranged recently. Honestly, probably Mage. Maybe Warlock. Dude, I used to be a melee only guy, but then I started playing Evoker and I play Boomkin, and I'm like, I'm beginning to enjoy range, dude. Croc Dad, Rogue. It's the only class my brain just literally can't grasp at all, even when I use Achille. Ah, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Dino, it depends who they're getting their optimal rotation from. They don't even have QA department anymore. It's one thing to bake on the one button if it is actually the most optimal rotation. Are you talking about from Blizzard? Like, will Blizzard actually properly make the one button, like, work properly? I mean, I guess that does pose a question. Do players figure out how to do rotations better than Blizzard does? I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. And I would actually say that's probably true as to why players make the Wowhead guides and not Blizzard. So that, Donna, that's a good point. I wonder if they will, like, will they reach out to basically the Wowhead creators, well, the Wowhead class guide creators, and get their feedback? Could be. Could be. I would hope so. Then I guess they could just read. Well, if they just read the guide themselves, nah. They should probably reach out to them. They should reach out to them. That's a good point. That's a really good point, dude. Coach, you think you'll play Hunter? Yeah, I think I'm gonna play some range, man. Windwalker seems a little fun. Fury Warrior. I think that's fantastic. Now, some people might think, man, there shouldn't even be a penalty.
I'm going to be real with you.
Oh.
If you were worried that a guy using a 20% debuffed auto rotation will beat you on the meters, it's because you suck.
Oh my goodness, Mag. My goodness gracious. Mag, Don't feed the fire during an actual like heated during an actual heated thing. What's gonna happen next? Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. Dude, that's freaking funny, bro. Back, where do you even find these videos, dude? Where do you even find these videos? Yeah, Mag, we just got to be careful with the volume a little bit so it doesn't rip headphone users. Dude, that's freaking funny, bro. Oh my goodness gracious. That's hilarious. Oh, Coach, you were telling me to play Hunter. I just don't think I have an interest, man. Yeah, especially because we don't, even I don't know what's coming. Yeah, we just gotta be careful with the audio, Mag. Because not only sometimes is it just straight up loud, but because it's unexpected, it really is like. Taco, hey, I forgot to ask earlier, how did the commander deck play? I've tried to leave room for improvement so you can customize it, but it also feels more like a cohesive deck. So if you guys don't know, Taco built me a commander deck of Magic the Gathering. And my wife and I on date night last night played a little Magic the Gathering. Bro, I absolutely threw. Okay, let me walk you through my emotional experience last night when playing Magic the Gathering with my wife. We're playing. I got absolutely, utterly destroyed by my wife. Utterly, absolutely, wasn't even close. There she is in the chat. Demolished, okay? Demolished. And the entire time, I had one creature, my commander. Felt like every single card was either an instant cast or a land or a do this. And I'll be honest, it was a horrible experience, okay? Horrible experience. And the whole time I'm thinking, I'm like, Taka, I love you, brother. This is the worst deck I've ever played with in my entire life, bro. Then the game is over. I've been absolutely demolished. And I'm like, are there any creatures even in this deck? And I look through it. And even though I had shuffled, but I guess I didn't shuffle good enough, I realized you had put all the creatures at the bottom of the deck, which makes sense, organization. But because I didn't shuffle it properly, I shuffled it like 2 or 3 times, but not like super thoroughly. And then I went from, so my emotional experience was, wow, this is the worst deck cards I've ever played in my life, to then actually like looking through them. I was like, dude, these cards are so cool. I wish I had known. Now I can't wait to play it again properly. But yeah, I gotta really shuffle it up, because it's like I could tell it was categorized by like creature, instant, sorceries, spells, because that was it. And then at the very top, lands. Dude, I had like 74 lands, and then my commander. I was like, this is a horrible experience. So now I gotta do it. I gotta do it again. So when I actually looked through them, I was like, dude, this is sick. But when I was playing, I was like, this is a horrible experience. Oh, user error for sure, bro. Icon Lady, user error. Hoagies, user error. Abso-stinking-lutely. Abso-stinking-lutely. Ain't no doubt about it. And then Amanda demolished me. Now, Amanda may have demolished me no matter what, because Amanda's kind of cracked. And she's got those pay-to-win decks. She's got them pay-to-win decks for sure, bro. Hands stinking down. All over it. Icon and IT was sometimes called the PEBCAC. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. User error. Mag, you're good, bro. Mag forgot to change the audio button. Hey, it happens, brother. It happens, brother. Satter, I think that means now I can take a break for the rest of the season and just raid log. Hey, dude, play the game the way you want to play, brother. You accomplish your goals, dude. And if you're interested, go check out Season of Discovery. I'm on now. Oh, Taco. Yeah, totally makes sense why you did that. I just didn't know that you did that. So my wife and I sat down, put together a few little shuffles, went right in the game, and got destroyed. So, Coach, update, Susie. I was fully approved for the house. However, I decided to listen to the advice of those around me and hold off on buying a house this year. Caitlin and I will be paying off all of our debt and possibly a new house next year. Good. Again, I don't have enough information to know if it's the right or wrong call for you, but if you feel that's the right call, respect it, bro. Absolutely respect it. The biggest thing I will say is anytime anyone feels rushed into making a decision, normally we make worse decisions when we're in a rush than we do when we really have the time. Think it through. Think it through. Let's go. Hey, Justin, that's awesome. Hashtag was the champion, man. And by the way, friends, if y'all didn't know, the new YouTube video is either out or about to go up. Oh, snap. The new podcast. Oh, shoot, ladies and gentlemen. New podcast is actually out. I'm going to show you the hook. I edited this yesterday, and I was a little proud of it. Episode 2. I think it went out. It went out early. This is episode 2 of the Level Up podcast. Me and Influence just yesterday. Oh, shoot.
God, why? Why do I have this?
Wait, let me take myself off screen. Myself off screen. Oh, shoot. My thing's all screwed up here. There we go. There we go. Take myself off it. Check out the hook.
God, why? Why do I have this disability? Why does my dad get taken away? How fair is it that everybody else gets to live this normal life and I am angry?
You have an incredible purpose to make a difference in this world. A purpose must be discovered and character must be developed because great leaders aren't born, they're built. So get ready, gamers. It's time to level up. This is the Level Up Podcast. What up, friends, and welcome. It's out. It's out. Oh, shoot. You guys want to check it out? Wait, I'm gone. Oh, Mag's doing stuff. No, we both want to do stuff. Oh, wait. Wait. We're back. We're back. Crisis averted. If you guys want to check out episode 2, even if you guys heard it live on stream, hey, do me a favor. Click on the video and let it literally play. Let it play through. Even if you just mute it, let the video play through. Give the video a thumbs up. Come on. Hope this podcast blesses you. And do me a favor. Put a little comment. You guys have no idea. You have no idea how much it helps when you just engage with the content. I'm gonna literally put this on the monitor. I'm gonna let it play all the way through. Even it on mute. I'm pretty sure that works. Icon Lady, do you know if this works? I'm pretty sure it still counts as a view if it wants to me, right? I don't actually have any evidence to back that up, but I just think it does. Yeah, I'm like, I think so, question mark. But thumbsing up the video and leaving a comment, guys, it will help so many more people find this video and impact their lives. And dude, people were blessed yesterday. I mean, we got multiple people in the chat right now, like Gina saying like, it literally made you cry. Pastor Influence's life is so inspirational. If you're wearing socks, they might get blessed off. They might literally get blessed off. My goodness gracious. For real. Go check it out. Hope you'll be blessed. Actually, you know what? Let me pin it at the top of my chat. The people that come in, you'll see it. Level Up Podcast episode 2 out now. How to overcome hardship. Let's go. Da-na-na-na. Dude, thumbs up the video, bro. Coach, do it, brother. Thumbs it up, man. Dun, da-na-na-na. Let's go. All right, I probably got time for one, maybe two keys. Oh, and just because I'm still in the excited about, it being on Spotify. I have to go. Here we go. I have to go check it out. I have to go. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't this crazy? Hold on. I want to get to like the main, the Level Up podcast. They're both there, dude. Check it out, bro. You guys can find it on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, all the good places. If you could, guys, literally share it, subscribe to it, follow it, favorite it. All that helps more and more people find this so much. Look at y'all. Y'all already gave it stars. I'm going to give it a 5-star. I may be a little bit biased. If y'all want to rate it, rating it helps a ton. But I want to hear what the intro sounds like just on audio, because I just think it's so cool. We have an audio podcast. I think this is sweet. Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
God, why? Why do I have this disability? Why? God, why? Why do I have this disability? Why does my dad get taken away? How fair is it that everybody else gets to live this normal life and I am angry?
You have an incredible purpose to make a difference in this world. I was proud of that editing. Must be discovered and character must be developed, because great leaders aren't born, they're built. So get ready, gamers. It's time to level up. This is the Level Up Podcast. What up, friends, and welcome to episode 2 of the Level Up Podcast. Yeah. I was proud of that editing. I did that yesterday. I was proud of that. And then at the very end, I did something new from episode 1. When I'm getting into the end of the video, where I'm just kind of the, what you call it? Like the outro, like thanks for watching. I put some background music in. I want to hear how that came out via just audio. So listen with me for a minute. I want to check it out.
Is to create just opportunities for other Christians and believers to step out of their comfort zone and begin to make community and connect with people.
Absolutely, man. And we are excited for all that you're going to be.
I would encourage you guys, come follow me, come be a part of the content. And
Yeah.
maybe you're listening to this and you're like, yeah, but I don't believe in Jesus. Great. Your name is Pastor Influence. Man, I love classic WoW right now.
Come on.
And so come play some classic WoW with me. Maybe you don't have any friends playing classic WoW. Come be a part. Guys, I stream classic World of Warcraft. We've been playing Seasons of Discovery. I'm currently creating a Boomkin for the first time. Leveling him. It's a blast. Guys, I want you to come be a part. Come hang out. But if you believe in the mission, man, I'd love for you to come and support in any way that you can.
And I would encourage you to do that. We're going to post all those links in the description of this YouTube video. And if you are, again, listening via audio, again, it's just Pastor Influence, Nfluence. It's actually a reminder to check. You don't think I did post them. Let me go do that. All platforms.
Yep.
And come be a part and support this vision. Support this mission. Because I really believe.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
I have never told another person you should go all into this. Like, I'm like, ease your way in. I'm like, bro, keep doing, like, don't go crazy now, because it is a very, 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 very big step. And I have personally never believed in anyone's ability to see this mission and vision become a reality the way that I have believed in Influence. So I want to encourage y'all as a community. Let's go support them. Let's go love them. Follow them across all the platforms. Past Influence. Thank you so much. Not only for being a guest on today's podcast, but thank you for being a leader in our community.
There's that music.
Love you. We're so thankful for you, brother. We appreciate you so much, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Of course, man. Well, friends, thank you so much for tuning in to episode number 2 of the good old Level Up Podcast. Again, weekly content dedicated to helping gamers level up.
You guys like it?
Faith and leadership. And I want to encourage you, wherever you're listening to this, share this with a friend that you think needs to be encouraged by this so they can go to the next level. Subscribe on YouTube. Let us know in the comments what was your biggest takeaway. And friends, again, these get live streamed on Wednesdays and then uploaded on YouTube on Thursdays. Subscribe to it, like it, share with all your friends. We hope you got some value. And remember, friends, one thing you can literally start doing today to step into your role as a leader. It's not about a rank, role, or a title. It's about living a life worth following. And today, you could do something very simple. Start being kind. It will cost you nothing, but it'll change everything. I appreciate you checking out this episode. We'll see you in the next one. I like it. Do you guys like the background music at the end? I feel like it gave some good energy, right? I think so. A little energy. I kind of like it. And then I think the hook adds a lot of value to the beginning of the episode. The dramatic music, and then like him, like, Yeah, I think it adds a lot of value. I actually had a lot of fun editing it. Yo, Bastion, welcome. Absolute literal living legend. My name is Pastor Susie. Hope we're doing your love and value. Thanks for stopping by, friend. Do you play World of Warcraft? Thanks for being here. I can let you. I have to get better at shouting out the audio listeners too, because for years I've only done content via video. I have to. Got to retrain the brain. Got to retrain the good old brain, man. You got to retrain the brain. But yes, let me actually give you guys a real action step. If you guys don't know, Pastor Influence, as of yesterday, is now going to be allocating all of his work towards still being part-time at XP Church, and the rest of his time is going to be creating content and helping be a part of Unity Gaming. And so that's where the rest of his attention. He used to actually work at 2 churches, part-time at our church, part-time at his other church. As of yesterday, he chose to, it's been work for months, to step away from the other part-time at the other church. And now he's focusing on all of his attention on content creation and all in his different, whoa, why is my computer freaking out? That was weird. On content creation and the different roles he's doing online. Just he's committing like his whole life to building online community. And so here's the deal. If you guys want to be able to support him, he's going to be streaming multiple days a week now. He's going to be focusing on WoW Classic. He is going to be streaming, doing social media, all that kind of good stuff. And if you guys are looking for a way to support him, follow that channel right there. If you guys want to follow him on the good old TikTokers, there is that link right there. Support him. If you got a Twitch Prime, you'll hit his channel. If you guys want tier 1 support, you can do that as well. All of that will seriously help it done. Now, what happened to my computer volume? Oh, there we go. It muted for... Why did my audio source change? That is mucho weird. It changed to coming out of my TV. There we go. I was like, I don't know why that's not working. Is he staying night streams? Going to mix it up. I'm almost positive he's going to be streaming at night. Influence, are you here? And do you have an actual newly defined schedule that everyone can know and follow along with you, bro? I don't know if he's locked that in just yet. He told me he's doing, I think, 3 nights a week, 3 times a week, but I don't know. I don't know what exact time those are. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, there's no timestamps? But AJ and I worked on the timestamps yesterday. That's weird. Were there none? I guess I didn't even notice when I clicked on the video. Oh, they're not in the description. Wait, hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay. So he has them. Let me have him go add them. Dun, dun. AJ, you listening right now, bro? Because we did them yesterday. He may just not have added them. Timestamps yesterday. Dun, 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 dun. And Icon, are you saying that you just put Influence's links in there too? Oh, you're a legend. You're actually a legend. S tier humans. I'm super pumped for Influence. I'm so pumped for him. I think it's gonna be legit. Yo, who's down for a key? Who's down for a key? Yeah, subscribe changes. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, bump, bump. And let me just do one last thing for him. This is so cool, man. Guys, I can't believe we have a podcast. Literally insane. Literally insane. Yeah, who wants in for I got time for probably one Mythic Plus dungeon. And then I gotta go work on my sermon for Saturday. I'm on now. Today's been a good talk day. Today has been a good talk day for sure, man. Absolutely. I can, yes, as soon as the stream is over, that's the first thing I'm doing. I got thrown off because now my Wednesdays are when I did all that, but now Wednesdays have become podcast day. So I need to, Amanda was telling me about it yesterday. Now I need to change when I send you that clip. Still to get it to you by the time you need it. I have to change when I actually do it. Dun, dun, dun. Especially now because of the time change. Now that you're 3 hours ahead. Yo, what's up, Saint Bear? Good to see you, bro. Let's go, dude. Yeah, no, but you probably weren't able to find the podcast by looking up Level Up Podcast, just because it's still so new. Normally, when it comes to searching things on the internet, normally the most popular things pop up first. So until the podcast starts picking up some real serious traction, it may not pop up in searches at first. People might need like the exact link, but then as time goes on, it gets more views, it gets more exposure. Hopefully over time it'll start popping up in searches and stuff. That's the hope anyway. That's the hope anyway. Bro, Saint Bear, add it to the podcast list, man. Let's do it. Icon Lady says there are a ton of other podcasts with the same name. If you add Pastor Susie at the end, it should pop up. Sweet. That's legit. That's legit. All right, put a 5 in chat if you guys are down for a key. Ba-na-na-na. Hoagies, do you have designated breaks tomorrow during the event? Curious how to show up and pop in without being disruptive. I don't believe so. The moment the show begins, it is not over until it's over. So it'd be one of those things where you kind of have to just wait until the end, and then I could say, hey, I don't know how late you can stay. And to be honest, I don't even know how late it goes. I actually, whatever website you clicked on, when you saw it, it should tell you the end time, but I don't even know what it is. It might be 9. I don't know if you can stay that long. I'd love to see you after though. Okay, so 9 p.m. is cutoff time. Not trying to drive home that late. Yeah. Yeah, I can't promise I can step away because once the production starts, it's tough for me to just walk off camera. And yeah, there won't really be, yeah. There's not really any breaks. I'd hate for you to drive all this way and then not actually be able to meet me. But I don't want you to be disappointed and me make you think like, oh yeah, I have a ton of time to hang out. Because I probably won't until it's over. Then I'm good. But yeah, once the camera turns on, the show must go on. Okay. You think your son might just enjoy the environment and then meeting you might just be a secondary. If I can escape for a second, I'll try. I just can't promise that I will. Because yeah, once that camera turns on, it's showtime. And then they'll be expecting me obviously to just like carry it. Saint Bear, Satellite Gaming is doing a Super Smash Brothers and Fortnite tournament tomorrow, and I am hosting and commentating. It is both going to be live streamed and done in person from a live audience. And that's going to be tomorrow night for me, which I'm very excited for. What, they expect you to be entertaining? No way, dude. No way, bro. All right, friends, here's the deal. Twitch is about to force an ad on us here in a few minutes. So before we get into this last key, well, I guess the only key, I'm going to run a quick 3-minute ad. If I don't run them once an hour, then ads pop up randomly in the middle of content. They've probably been happening at some point today. If you guys wouldn't mind sticking around, it does support the stream. And remember, subscribers never see ads ever. So I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'm going to play some clips while I'm gone. Maybe Magnificor will do a thing. We'll see what happens. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. When I return, dump it into a key. We'll see you back in a few minutes. Let's go. Where's my mouse? Play the clips. And
we don't know Resident Penguin in a top 3 situation. Just one problem. He thinks it's a 1v1.
I block. Come on. What's happening? What's happening? Come on. I block. Come on. First W. Let's go! Let's go! GG! First victory on Good Friday, baby. Woo!
Well, this is awkward.
What? This rock hiding in the corner, bro? Oh, it's toxic, dude. It's toxic, dude. There was one more guy, Rock Dog, hiding in the corner, bro.
At least he still has his skills and impressions to fall back on.
I can't do a Mickey Mouse impression. Can you?
I'm not sure why, but the stars have been blinking out one by one, and that means disaster can't be far behind. I hate to leave you all, but I've got to go check anyway.
Maybe not.
One day, bro. There's a lot that I want to do in my life that I'm not ready to do yet. A lot of learning left to do. I'm only 33. I got my whole life. What the absolute heck am I looking at, dude? Bro, I'm not even mad about it. I'm gonna leave it there, dude. I'm gonna leave it there, bro. Oh my stinking goodness. This man is too good, bro.
Howdy, we've been trying to contact you concerning your car's extended warranty.
What is this? Oh, no! Shot, dude! There's no shot! You bought me an Ashbringer! There is zero chance in the world, bro! There's no shot! You got me an Ashbringer, dude! Oh my... Bro, there's no shot!
We're gonna open a jar. Easy. Now you try. First, get a jar. Patrick, that's
The Ashbringer. Yes.
I was thinking to myself the other day, what would Susie be like as an anime villain?
And I would ask them if they would, but I haven't even decided if I'm going to live here long term. So I'm not going to ask them to move somewhere that I'm not even sure I'm going to stay. But if we... I'm giga dead. I don't know why that. Why does that subscribe button keep popping up? Hold on. Something ain't working. Oh, I think I know what happened, dude. Hold on, Mag. I'm touching the computer. I think I know what I did. I do know what I did. Now, Johnny, I don't know why that. I just thought of that. Where is this subscribe button? Where are you at, bro? Subscribe. Is it this one? It is. That's what it was. So just wait, stop this. True to the original art style. Wait, what's happening? But just upgraded. That's why. That's why. All right, friends. Let's jump into a key, shall we? Let's do it. Let's do it. Bro, I don't know. I don't know what that red box is, dude. It's on all of my monitors. It's on every single one of my monitors. It happens from time to time when you touch the PC. I don't know what it is or why, but yeah, it's only when you touch it. And it's not every time, just once in a while. It's weird. It's weird. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Sure. All right, what key do I have? I've got a 7. A 7 floodgate, dude. Oh, shoot, bro. And I realized I made some gear upgrades that I actually still have not yet to fill in. We got to fix that, dude. We got to fix that. It's, yeah, okay, so now it's gone. And they only stay for a little while, and then they go away. So I really still don't even understand it. So I actually need 4. No. Is it 5? No, 4. I need 4 settings. Tier medallion setting. I need 4 of these. Shabam. And then I also need to get 3 quick onyx. I gotta find out what my meta gem is too. I replaced my neck yesterday. Dun dun. Taco. Yeah, what is my meta gem for my neck on this character? Consumable. Dun 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 dun. And then I need a new feet enchant as well. I just got this. So Defender's March. Rank 3. Buy that. And then what is my... Okay. Culminating Blasphemite. Wait. Got that wrong. Boom. Dude, the auction house mount is literally S tier, bro. Absolutely S tier. I stinking love this thing. Was it worth $90? Debatable. Does it make my life significantly easier? Undebatable. Sheer fact. Hands down. I stinking love it, bro. Okay, cool. Pull it back out. Mailbox. Sick. Free Valor Stones. Boot enchant. Give me all of my settings. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sick. Put 1 gem in there. Another gem in there. 1 gem in here. And meta gem in there. Are they still called meta gems? They were way back in the day. I still call them meta gems. I don't even know. Dun dun dun. Dino, I'm ready for the biggest troll. I'm ready for the biggest troll. Dino says, check DMs. I just sent you a new controller that I'm going to be using for WoW. You should try and get a sponsor. Hold on. Oh, that's so troll, dude. That's so troll, dude. So, rotation, health pot, Hearthstone. That'll be it. Well, you know what? Maybe defensive. Maybe You're such a troll, dude. Oh my goodness. But we do know what the secret Dino's hand looks like now, so we can properly dox him. Better watch out, Dino. Coming for you, bro. Hands down, coming for you, bro. Straight facts. All right, friends. There was someone that said they wanted to do a key. I got time for one. Solamente uno key. But those videos got me pumped early, dude. I'm so pumped for these changes, dude. I'm so pumped for them. Just make sure I finished everything on here. And I did. And I'm gonna like I've got some runes for upgrade gear, bro. I'm over here throwing, bro. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. What can I upgrade? I got champion gear. I want more damages, bro. Nice. My neck piece can't upgrade that, but champion. No, can't upgrade that. Oh, I don't have enough runed. But anything that still uses carved, I can use that. Nice, dude. Veteran. That I can't do. Ah, might as well. Just for the instant gear upgrade. Do those. Now I think I'm out of carved. Oh, that's tough because you only get carved from doing Mythic Zeros, right? That's pretty tough. All right, I might just jump into a key. I could even just do a 7. I don't think I've done... Oh, I guess I've done an 8, but I didn't time it. I'm going to throw up a quick 7 floodgate. If anyone wants to join. If I timed this, I think it'd be the highest key I've done on this character. Timed, anyway. Yeah. It will, actually. Sick, dude. Dun, 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 dun. Little warbound one-handed sword. Let's go, dude. Bro. I have a warbound bow. Is this a sign to become a hunter main? Bro, a tank and 2 DPS? This guy's obviously a carry. I'm down, dude. We just need a healer. I'm down. I'm actually down for that, dude. Mag, it is true because, like, honestly, I think, I mean, it's a lot of it's preference, but I think an MO mouse helps so much with games like WoW that have a million buttons. But, like, it can kind of suck that it would help to buy a $50 or above item to help you play a video game. Like, that would lead back to Dino's point earlier of, like, there's just too many buttons. Although I like the buttons, but I do understand that, like, it's hard for a lot of people to get into a game with a million buttons, dude. It's hard to get into a game that literally has a million buttons. Have we got any healers that are down for a 7 floodgate? Any takers? Any takers? Bro, I want to do more raiding, man. But I can't tomorrow night. So I got the tournament. Carver can come down to weekly outdoor events, normal LEU, Mythic, Delve 6 and 7. And Bountiful's 4 and 5. I'm not a huge enjoyer of Delves. I think they're great for the game, and I'm glad they're in it, but I don't personally have fun doing them. But maybe I gotta get more of a chance. I don't like the solo content. I'm a group player fan. You can do Delves in a group. But I don't know, maybe I just gotta give more of a chance. That's probably what it is. Dude, my druid is 650 now? Let's go, bro. Yeah, I agree, Lurking. It's more fun with party members. I absolutely agree to that as well. Hoagies, I did Delves season 1 because I felt like I had to. It was a little enjoyable with others, but never solo. Yeah, especially because I was a Mythic Raider in season 1. Like, it was actually a requirement of our team to do them because you could get some serious gear. And it was another vault option for hero gear. Did they change it to now you can get myth track gear from certain level delves? I don't actually know. But I feel like they did. Unless I'm mistaken. I haven't done a delve in a while. And I don't really plan on doing one. What's up, Primal? Good to see you on TikTok, bro. How you doing, man? But I like more options and ways to play the game. I think it's actually really good for it. Bro, if I can't get into... If I can't get a healer, I might just join a random pug. Because I'm beginning to run out of time. I actually am beginning to run out of time. Yeah, I may just go blast like a 2. Struggling to find a healer. Gonna drop group. But thanks for being willing. Have a great day, friends. And I'm the one with the key. Might just join a random 2 and just absolutely blast it. Find a group. Any keys I haven't done in this tune? I haven't done a Theater of Pain. Let's do a Theater of Pain, shall we? Any ones I could just join and absolutely just blast? Then, dude, a plus 14 Theater of Pain? Sweaty, bro. Sweaty. I do see some 2s, but they got hardly any people in it. Maybe I just join whatever then. What does Brazil mean? Plus 12 Brazil? I've never seen that. Plus 10. I may not even be able to do a key. And it's not a time walking week, is it? I don't think it's a time walking week. Oh, resilient means it can't go below 12. Okay, gotcha. What's up, Saluda? Okay, so it's not a time walking. Yeah, 'cause I want to at least play low. I haven't even played it all today. We just had major conversation, which was really good. Plus 3. I just have only 20 minutes. All right, scratch it. Do another transmog run. Hopefully get the loot for my my druid that I want. We'll go on the monk. I want to play the monk more, man. I want to play the monk more. And guys, I wonder how this DPS 1 button rotation is going to work for tanks. You'll obviously still need to, I'm assuming, press your defensives at the right time. I'm assuming that's true. Use your stuns and interrupts at the right time. But I wonder how it's going to affect tanks in terms of their DPS rotation. I wonder if it's going to work the same way. I actually kind of assume that it probably would work the same way. So like, can I as a tank main play all the tanks, spam this one button, read chat, and just pump my defenses at the right times? Because that would be kind of dope, bro. Except I wouldn't do it on my paladin, because I enjoy that. But I've already practiced all the tanks, so I don't really think I need it. But in moments where I want to look away and just like spam, or I'm heavily focused on conversation, I don't even want to think about my buttons right now. I could maybe use it then, bro. I could maybe use it then. Well, give me the loot. I'm curious. Saluda, do you have any thoughts on the one button rotation coming to the game? Personally, I think it's a great addition, man. I think it's going to help so many people without taking anything away from people that have put in the hard work to learn their class properly. I think it's fantastic. I love it. I wonder if we can macro turning the one button on and off. Probably what I would think, Coach, is that you just set it to a keybind. And whatever keybind you want. Like, so for example, I have all my normal buttons already set, right? And when I want to actually do the rotation, I just do the rotation. But then, like, even right here, see this empty slot I have, Alt 7? I could just put it there, and then when I don't feel like actually doing the rotation, I just hit Alt 7. I just spam Alt 7. I have a feeling it's probably going to work that way. Which is pretty cool, man. That is pretty cool. And I wonder if they're going to try and attempt to do this for all the roles. But I don't know how you would do this for a healer, dude. And I don't know if that would actually even be a good thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if that would be a good thing. I'm not sure, dude. Yeah, Coach, I think it's super cool, man. I think it's super cool. Yo, give me the loot. Hey, now I gotta turn this one on. Earlier today, I forgot to turn it on, and that was not bueno, dude. Not bueno. And we don't have any dates on when 11.1.7 comes out, right? Because I know PTR is not even out yet. Unless it's out now. I'm going to install it. And I don't know if servers are up. Dude, if the server is up, I'm going to go onto it right now. How long will it take to download? Calculating size. How are you taking this long to figure it out, dude? Okay, it's just... Oh, I can't upload it while the game is open. Dang, okay. This for kicks and giggles. Come on, fully closed in the background. World of Warcraft is not open in the background. Come on, WoW. Close. There we go. Because if it's quick, I might literally do this right now. AJ, thank you, bro. Let's put this new fiber internet to the test, shall we? Coach, I'm playing as much SOD as possible before housing comes out. Oh, so you think you'll be playing SOD until like December then? Oh, that's like a real commitment, dude. I respect that, bro. Okay, we're at 1%, 3%, 5%. Okay, this should be pretty quick. We're already at 8%, and then it seems to have slowed down. says it's already playable, but one of the features that is missing, I don't want it to literally be the rotation thing. Outside of the PvP event on the 24th. Let me go check this out, dude. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What is the PvP event you're talking about, bro? Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Nice. PTR is done. Oh, coach, you're doing another one on the 24th. What day of the week is that? 24th is a Saturday. What time, dude? Ooh, what time? Please tell me it's after 9 p.m. Please tell me it's after 1 p.m. I'm logging the PTR. I am going to log into, I think, my shaman. Yeah, I'm going to do no add-ons, disable add-ons. Yo, why is this being straight potato? Copy character. I'm going to copy my shaman. Dun, dun. So Shoesy. Just gonna copy. Okay, perfect. So I got my shaman. Ooh, all right, coach. Dude, I actually just might invite. Normally, I chill with in the XP Church Discord after our second service. I might even just invite them to come. Invites people to come. Obviously, those that play WoW, obviously. Do PvP. Yeah, baby. PvP is so stinking good. Okay. What mount did I just get? The heck? Why can't I fly? Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to do a quick setting up of the bars. And then I want to see where this... Oh my goodness. Here it is. Oh, that is super legit. All right. I'm sure everyone here is testing it out. Let me just do a quick fixing of my bars real quick. Where is target frame? Target frame. Dun, 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 dun. And I'm actually literally, you know what? I'm going to literally disable. Actually, I'm not going to disable. Here's what I'm going to do. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to hide this bad boy. I'm gonna save that. And let's do it right now, man. It's gonna be legit. WoW has now added a one rotation button where you can literally spam one button and the game will do the rotation for you. I'm here in the 11.1.7 PTR. This is not out in the game yet, but it is available on the PTR. To get to it, press the letter P on your keyboard and you'll see this button right here. Single assistant button. With that on the top right of your spellbook, you just drag that onto your bars. I'm dragging it into the one bar, and literally, if this works the way they described it, I should literally just be able to spam the one button over and over. Did my game just crash? Okay, no, we're good. If this works the way they described it, I should be able to literally spam the one button over and over again, and it should literally do the optimal rotation for me. But there is a 20% global cooldown reduction, meaning that it does not go as fast as doing it actual manually. And I'm assuming it doesn't account for using off global cooldowns in between your global cooldowns. So it won't be as optimal as playing the game normally, but I am literally just spamming one button and it is doing my rotation for me. I think this would be good for new players learning a new class. Like for me, I don't know how to play Ellie Shaman, but I'm playing it right now with this one button. It'll be able to help people focus on mechanics at first while being able to do this, but it doesn't penalize people that put in the time to learn how to do the actual rotation, because these are going to be players that are going to be doing 20% less damage. But I think honestly, overall, this is a win for the community while taking nothing away from those that have put in the hard work to actually do it. Overall, I think this is a great addition to the game. Dude, this is sick. I actually, bro, like the ability to move around and press this button. Well, you know, you can't really move if you're doing a caster. But dude, now if I do it on AoE, well, but this is only 2. Yeah, if I do multiple enemies. Okay, bro, this is well, the game is freezing because I'm on the PTR. Dude, this is actually sick. Dude, it literally is just this one button. And it still shows you on your bars which ones you're hitting. Now, I'm going to go to options and turn on the advanced options. Yes. Dude. Assisted highlight. And let's watch that do its work. So now 7 is highlighted. 3 is, yeah, bro. It highlights them. 5 or 6, depending if it's single target or AoE. 2 is highlighted. Whoa. I pulled out my pet. 2 is highlighted. Lava burst. Lightning bolt. Dude, this is cool, man. Oh, and here's a bigger group. Good call, coach. Let me just actually change my my pet bar. And then I'm also going to actually enable this manager. Cooldown minute. I want to move that. Essential cooldowns. Dude, this is cool, dude. Hello. There we go. Utility cooldowns. This is cool, dude. Tracked. Oh my goodness. Why is it doing that? Tracked buffs. It's my first time using that as well. Dude, that is actually... Dude, and this looks way better than a weak aura. It's so much more visually appealing than a weak aura. At least in my opinion. But it doesn't show all of my procs and everything. Okay, but it shows some. Whoa, dude. What the heck, bro? I need to do more testing on this. Yeah, bro. This is sick, dude. Yeah, okay. This is kind of sick, bro. Now, one thing I will say as a caster, if I don't know what ability is coming next, it's harder for me to plan my movement, right? Because, for example, if I need to move, I know, like on my balance druid, when I'm about to dump my astral power on like star surge or whatever, I'm like, I'm gonna wait a minute. I'm gonna wait a minute to start moving until my astral power is full. Then I'll move while I'm instant casting. But I think that's another thing that's like, it's harder to do that with this, but I think that's a positive because it rewards actually having the knowledge. What's up, Mystic? Yeah, dude, this is actually legit. This is actually sweet, dude. And all this being built in. And this is my utilities. So if I use one of those, now that goes on cooldown. Now, so many of these are just not on my bars, right? But let's say I use Gust of Wind. Bro, this is clean. Wow, bro. Bro, I think this is going to help so many people. And it takes nothing away from people who don't want to use it. Yeah, and Salutif, I think for a lot of people, it's actually going to make them better at the game. It's highlighted. Now 5 is highlighted. Now 5 is highlighted. Now 4 is highlighted. And dude, so it actually lights up before the cast is done. So you know what's next already. Before the global cooldown finishes, you know what the next ability is. Now, I will say, my fear of the highlight feature without the one button is people may be really laser locked in on staring at their bars even more than before, which could cause them to die even more frequently. Dude. Dude, I dig this. I actually dig this a lot. Wow, bro. I'm gonna have to make a YouTube video about this tomorrow because I have to leave right now. But dude, that's freaking sweet. That is freaking sweet, dude. What, bro? And Ellie Shaman is so cool. Look at these animations, bro. Dude, this is actually sick, bro. Now, like, the classic meme of, like, spam Frostbolt, the one button. For those that like that, just press one button gameplay. Now maybe they can play retail. Not that every classic WoW player is only spamming one button, but it's a classic meme. But for those that do enjoy the, man, I just want to chill and just spam a button and move out of mechanics and dodge and, like, heal myself every now and then. They can do that and play retail. Can I make these smaller? Not opacity, but size? I can make that smaller, and I can make these smaller. Dude, this is... Bro, they may have cooked with this. Blizzard straight up may have cooked with this. No, I didn't. I didn't get to pick my own CDs here. They picked them for me, and I do wish it was a little more customizable. But I will say, dude, for right now, it being a start, they kind of cooked. They kind of cooked, bro. And I can change the opacity on it, too. They kind of cooked, bro. Wow. They kind of cooked on this. Whoa, bro. I am in love with the appearance of this cooldown tracker. And I think tomorrow I'm going to do some testing on my Paladin to see how much I like it versus using a normal weak aura. Dude, that's kind of cooking. Because for me, these procs, because I don't play Ellie Shaman, I don't know what the procs mean. Mag, that's another question. Can I tank with it? Can I tank with a one-button macro? Now, I'm assuming I would still need to pop my defensives at the right time manually. But could I do my rotation? I'm kind of assuming I probably could. Dude, this is quite crazy. Dude, I could literally play no UI if I wanted. Because I just spammed the one button, dude. Yeah, this is kind of sick, actually. There are definitely elements of the game with this that are going to feel chill and very enjoyable. This is kind of a cook, dude. This is kind of a cook, dude. So, Dana, this is not a macro. Blizzard made it so that you have a one button so that you can just hit one button. Now, there is a 20% global cooldown penalty. So you will do... you'll be casting your abilities 20% slower than everyone else because of the global cooldown. So, those who actually like studied the class, learned the talents, they'll still be rewarded for their knowledge and skill. But 20% is enough that I feel justified. But it's not so much that it's so unviable that no one will use it. And for those that are just looking to play chill, casually, I think this is great, dude, because the game is so complex. This allows them to play and have some fun. But are they going to be a world first raider? No, of course not. Are they going to be the best players in the world? No, of course not. But they can do it. You're going to be a gray parser now? Honestly, dude, I think this will probably actually cause a lot of people to be better. Because some people are just playing so incorrectly that this will actually be an improvement for them. I think this will actually cause a lot of people's teammates to actually, they'll be better at the game. Not only because the game is auto-playing better than they would be manually, but they'll be able to focus on mechanics more because they're not so focused on staring at their bars that they might die less to mechanics. I think overall this is kind of actually legit. This is legit. Yo, JC Boo, God bless you, my friend. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the Penguin Palace. Hope you know you love the valley. Let's stop by, friend. Let's go. AJ, I think this is sick, dude. I think this is actually sick. You know what I think too? It's already better than me, Omega Lol. You know what I think too? I think this may actually encourage more people to try getting into raiding for the first time. I think, honestly, no troll. I think a lot of raid teams are going to benefit from this. I think some people, their numbers and their damage will actually increase. And I think for some people, they'll die to mechanics less. I think for some people, this could actually be legit, dude. I'm gonna do some serious testing on this tomorrow. I think I'm gonna run some Dungeons and Keys with it, just to feel it out. Like, could I sign up for a key right now? I'm sure people are doing. No, not a healer, not a healer. I can't actually do it, but I want to see if I can get one. Are people in queues? Queues less than 1 minute queue time, even as a DPS. I think I'm gonna do a lot of testing with this tomorrow, but I do have to head out in quite a hurry now because I have a deadline here in a few minutes. Guys, thank you for watching today. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. You guys are absolutely S-tier human beings. I appreciate y'all. Love your face. By the way, I do want to let you guys know, hey, tomorrow, guys, at not tomorrow, sorry, Saturday at XP Church, we are actually starting a brand new sermon series, and I think y'all are gonna love it, man. Let me go ahead. Oh, first of all, a few things to show you before I go. First of all, don't forget XP Church's next community event is going to be me doing a Halo event. If you guys want to play Halo, it's free to play. Anyone come, gonna be an absolute blast. And then also tomorrow, launching a brand new sermon series. Where's the graphic I want? This one right here. Dangerous Doctrine. Oh shoot, dude. Oh shoot. We about to cook, dude. We're gonna cook, dude. And you know AJ Valdez always be cooking with these graphics, dude. Is today Thursday? Yeah, Saturday. My bad. Saturday is when it starts, not Friday. Saturday. Follow the graphic, not my words. Sometimes I lose track. We're gonna be cooking. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are S-tier human beings. I love your face. You guys have a great day. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then don't forget, Fortnite commentating tournament tomorrow night. It'll be a blast. I love you. See you soon. Peace. help ensure that your beliefs are helpful and harmful. Check. Check. So join us, gamers. Join us, gamers. Join us, gamers, this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurch for gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be discussing this topic that not all your beliefs are true. We'll be talking about the fact that. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurch for gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. And the beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and are my beliefs helpful or harmful? That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. Join us, gamers. Join us, gamers, this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurch for gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be discussing this topic at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be discussing this topic that not all your beliefs are true. We'll be talking about the fact that So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurch4gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. We'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. Full or harmful. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. Dangerous Doctrine. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so... Not everything you believe is true. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are... Believe is true. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. The way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine. Asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurch4gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. You believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series. Saturday we're starting a brand new series. Dangerous doctrine. Asking ourselves the question. Dangerous doctrine. Asking ourselves the question. Where do my beliefs dangerous doctrine? Asking ourselves the question. Where do my dangerous doctrine? Asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. That our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us. And not harmful. So helpful and not harmful. Are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us. That our beliefs are helpful. Beliefs are helpful. Sure that our beliefs are helpful. Beliefs are helpful and not harmful. Beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because (7:30 p.m. Eastern), where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine. The fact that where we'll be talking about the fact that /XP Church for Gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. That where we'll be talking about the fact that /XP Church for Gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe. Heck, freaking cooked, bro. It is absolutely cooked. It just so utterly insanely cooked. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/XP Church for Gamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so I kind of cooked with this video. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. We'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think. Cooked so freaking. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important. That not everything you believe is true. The fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important. We'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have. What a hook. This whole thing is a cook, dude. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way. Not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers. Series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact that not everything you believe is true. The beliefs we have are so important because they shape the way we think and the way we live our lives. That's why this Saturday we're starting a brand new series, Dangerous Doctrine, asking ourselves the question, where do my beliefs come from, and making sure that our beliefs are helpful and not harmful. So gamers, join us this Saturday at twitch.tv/xpchurchforgamers at 1:30 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be talking about the fact. But next
is not a tool.
Autumn Pug, my Pug teammates, made the point. I want you to get a bunch of mobs on screen. That's what I want. Classic WoW. Now, bad boy. And over to my game. Actually, just dude, this lucky and got Mimron's head, and it was careers early, and I'm like,